scientite has vanished from the land. Their absence brought by heroes thought a new threat close at hand. Rise, oh rise, adventurous brave, through forest, hill and fen. Our race, might, blood lanes fight, and silver spotlight then. Winning charm, Gallup's bow, together they defend. The wildlands call to one and all, to bring peace back again. The world breaker wakes, a slumber shakes. 2,000 years confined, its compass greed, a vengeful deed leaves naught but ash behind. With every town they tear it down, their warpath ever wends. The dead arise, 'neath chaotic skies, their march it never ends. Rise, oh rise, adventurous brave, through forest, hill and fen. Our race, might, blood lanes fight, and silver spotlight then. We's charm, Gallup's bow, together they defend. The wildlands call to one and all, to bring peace back again. From the archipelagos, chains the undead holds now free. A spectral tide they surge and glide across the southern sea. The wildlands weep its darkness creeps, and all seems but a dream. But heroes' hearts will play their parts and light the darkest gleam. Rise, oh rise, adventurous brave, through forest, hill and fen. Our race, might, blood lanes fight, and silver spotlight then. Greedy's charm, Gallup's bow, together they defend. The wildlands call to one and all, to bring peace back again. So gather round, let trumpets sound, and banners be unfurled. For in this fight for what is right, lies a rainbow world. With courage sow the seeds of peace in wildlands shall reign. And tales be told of heroes bold who broke the world breaker's chain.
All right, so welcome on in, everybody, to session number 74 of the Wildlands campaign, what I am officially titling The Beginning of the End, as I am very confident that this is indeed the beginning of our official endgame content, as we have, well, I haven't run out of things to do, but I think that the group has run out of things to do. There's only so much more we can do, so many people we can save. So, anyways, welcome on in. Thanks for joining us. For those of you who are watching this on the VOD, obviously remember that I don't pay a whole lot of attention to chat, except for probably, Jesus Christ, Bloodmane, what the fuck? Kurt, you scurry motherfucker. Oh, he shaved. Oh, he's scurry. Okay, anyways, so, yeah, I don't pay a whole lot of attention to chat, you guys, so when we are here, feel free to chit-chat and have fun with everybody who is in the channel, but I will only pop in probably at our break, which will be at about noon Eastern time in about 2 hours from now. Without further ado, let's go ahead and switch over and give our full attention to the very attention-hungry players. Rightfully so, obviously. All right, guys. All right, good morning.
Shabbat Shalom, Gentile.
Shabbat Shalom indeed. All right, guys, let's go ahead and dive into our recap really quickly. This is session number 74. I was just saying off mic here that I have officially titled this session "The Beginning of the End," as I do believe we are pretty damn close to that point, which is nuts. You know, we're going on 5 years of this campaign, and it doesn't seem like that. It's just like yesterday, you guys were kicking bamboo cages down in a dirty swamp surrounded by Kotoa.
Some of us were only attempting.
Yeah, some of you biggins were only attempting. Okay, so session 74. Well, let's do session 73 recap. So, January 2025, part 2. After discussing with the group that Mama Mundi would not be given to the Deep Old One, you guys made plans to begin filtering your troops in from the Grove to the prime material, specifically to Zlagmoshunbeek, as Demon Springs had just fallen, meaning that Zlagmoshunbeek was next on the chopping block. Afterwards, you spent the remainder of your hard-earned coin on a handful of very powerful magic items, and then transported yourselves to Ezekiel's Circle and split up amongst yourselves in Zlagmoshunbeek. Ulrich went to the Temple of Bahamut and sent messages to some of your guys' collective allies, while Gartok and Sybil flirted. ... I think they have a date planned. I'm not really getting into the nitty-gritty of that, but we are where we are. Bloodmane spoke to his patron and offered his gift in exchange for his failure to bring the siren to the sea on his patron's behalf, and his patron told him that he can either have his gift and remain bound to the pact, or break the pact and keep his gift. Sorry, that he can either give his gift up to the patron and remain bound by the pact, or break the pact and keep his gift. So he has until the new moon to decide. Winnie and Bloodmane spoke for a bit before rejoining the group, and the group had a late lunch at the Lavish Serpent Inn, and then decided to scry on the Soul Forge to see if they could get rid of Bloodmane's pact, and then reforge him with the Sliver of Soul Steel into a more raw form of, I guess, his former self. After that, they used the Crystal Ball of Telepathy. They did find the forge, but only after 2 attempts, and did successfully locate it near the Tower of Trials, on Thrall's Haven, which you guys have not been to in a very long time, but it was still there. So, that's where we left off. This is Milestone XP. Last session, not really a milestone session, so there was no level up for that. Okay, so the only other thing, let's see, I think that's all I had there. Yeah, that's all I had for that. All right. So, where you guys are picking up is on the 9th of Ogtet at... Where the hell did I just put that? At 4 p.m. Sunday, the 9th of Ogtet at 4 p.m. Gartok, you still have your potion going for a little while. Sybil's at a -2, but it appears we are down a Sybil today, and I have received no messages from her, so I don't know.
She messaged in the thing. She said she was on her way in, and her computer is starting right now. She's having an issue. She sent me a message.
Of course. Every time she's late, she says, "Oh, it's my computer." Right.
She sent me a screenshot. It does look like it's actual.
Oh. Whatever. Okay, so let's go ahead and kick off our session. You guys had just, I believe, gotten to the lakeside or to the riverside where you guys were, where you guys had done the scrying. You've kind of discussed the wait until the evening so that Bloodmane can talk to his patron, or I guess you doing that earlier, whatever you guys wanted to do. I'll let you kind of pick up and go from there.
I guess the next step, Emig, is for you to speak with your patron, right?
Kind of cutting out a little bit.
Yeah, you're real. It's doing it again.
This really nice microphone.
Just scream into it.
Yeah, the problem is you project towards your computer screen, so it only, like, as it's picking up, as it's getting gain, I think there's a threshold inside the mic where sometimes it sounds like you're just a whisper, and then when you put inflection, then it pops up all of a sudden. It's because it's registering it as being louder.
Is this better?
No. Just talk into the mic. That we hear you perfectly when you talk into the mic.
Okay. So I think our next step is to talk to your patron, right?
I already spoke to my patron. I think the next plan is essentially reforging. That is a message in and of itself, but I have made my contact today already.
Okay. So you don't feel that you need to tell him directly?
No, and even so, I can't today.
All right. Are we going to head to that first then? I know we're kind of... If we want to do things on our time, we should probably move more quickly on the back end.
I am ready.
I should be able to get us there. Shouldn't be too much of an issue. We'll get close. Don't know how far away it'll drop us, but I can teleport us there. I'll have to use my 9th level spell to do it, but
What time is it right now?
4 p.m.
4 p.m. Okay, thank you, sir.
Well, unless anybody has anything else we need to do here, we should get moving sooner than later.
And then is the plan to come back here afterwards? What is...
I think so, because we were talking about heading him off before he gets here, so...
Okay.
yeah, I can use the staff to get back here because there's a gate or the circle. I just can't use the staff to get us there because there's no way because we're on the same plane.
All right.
Okay, so what are you guys doing then?
Everybody ready?
Kumbaya, my lord.
All right, so Ulrich, so you're casting your 9th level as teleport then, I'm assuming?
I don't know if you can upcast it, but if you can, yeah, I'll do that. If not, I'll just use Wisp to replicate teleport.
Okay. Well, you tell me what you want to do. Any spell in the game can be upcast. You can take a magic missile, or a protection from good and evil and cast it level 9 if you need to. It may not do anything, but you tell me how you want to do this though, because I
I'll
want
just
to
use it as teleport.
Okay.
In replicating spells with Wish, there's no...
Well, we'll see it. We'll see about that. I'll be the judge of that. Keep casting Wish though. I like it. Okay, so you're gonna cast a 9th level to teleport, and that how many people does that take? They'll take all of you, right?
Yeah.
It's 8.
8. Okay,
It's
cool,
8.
excellent. So you are very familiar with this location because you were there, right? Yeah, you were there
Yeah.
on Thrall's
Yeah.
Haven. Okay, sorry, I'm just trying to. The timeline from like when characters joined and when characters have left is a little bit muddy for me over the last 4 and some change years. So, okay, so there is a 5% chance of failure essentially here. So, go ahead and call. Well, actually, I guess it doesn't really matter high or low because it's just a straight roll here. Actually, hang on. Now, there's no permanent circle and you don't have an associated object. Well. Yeah, are you using any objects for this or no?
I don't have anything unless you count the soul steel, in which I could hold the soul steel because it might count it as a part of the forge. But other than that,
We got it from there.
yeah. So I'll try that. I'll use the, if
Okay.
you don't mind, Winnie, I'll just hold it in my hand as a focal point. It won't use it, I hope.
Yeah, don't use it up or else this is a wasted trip.
That would be
Well.
hilarious.
It's
Okay.
it's our last vacation before we go back to work.
Hope you guys like Thrycreen. Okay, so you perform the incantation, and you So you perform the incantation, and you finish the last syllable, and as you do so, you guys see the sliver of soul steel flashes with this blue energy, and it hums so hard in his hand that literally from his fingertips all the way to his neck begin to vibrate in a flash. And Ulrich, you see it clear as day. The soul forge flashes to life in front of your eyes, and you guys don't even feel the wind or the rushing. You simply blink and appear. It is the cleanest teleport you guys have ever felt, and as you rematerialize in an instant, the soul forge bursts to life.
Getting better at this.
And you guys find yourselves, now mind you, this is the overhead map. I'm just using this since this was just kind of a quick thing that we were doing. But just to remind you, this is what you see before you. The blue soul flame in the soul forge, active in front of you. It is raging, and it is reacting, obviously, to the sliver of soul steel. And just to kind of remind you guys about that, so this is a tiny fragment of soul steel. It's dark blue and glows with a dark blue energy. It's cold to the touch and buzzes with electricity at the same time. And this is just for reference from the last time that you guys had this. I don't remember who did the identification, but that's moot at this point because you guys have had it for actually years at this point. So as a 10-minute ritual, a creature holding the piece of soul steel can embed it into their flesh. Anywhere will do. Yes, I wrote that in my description. And hold it. Now, if Bloodmane boofs this thing, I'm just saying. Okay, anyways, I digress. At the end of the so you embed the soul steel into their flesh. Anywhere will do, and you hold it against the soul forge. The other end of it against the soul forge. At the end of the 10-minute ritual, the soul steel dissipates from the creature's flesh and embeds itself in the fabric of the creature's being. The creature gains the following. Quote, within the next 10 minutes, the creature can change any of the following details of itself. Race, gender, class, subclass, alignment, spell choices, height, weight, age, flesh, eye, and hair color, accent, skills, abilities, stat point allocation, and feats. When a creature alters itself in this way, it can never perform the feat again as its soul has already undergone spiritual manipulation. The creature also suffers the effects of one death on its spirit. Also, to be clear, I used very specific verbiage. You can change any of those features, not one of those features. So anyways, you guys flash into existence from that point to this point, and the soul forge is, I mean, is lit.
All right. There we go. Fitting music for a fitting end to this chapter.
So this soundtrack is literally called The Soul Forging. I'm not kidding. It's Dwarf Temple The Soul Forging by Otto Orion. I don't know who this man is, but I want to meet him.
Awesome. Guy knows how to party. I actually might be able to try to get in touch with my patron before I go through this. So, let me see here.
I fucking like
I'll
this.
attempt to contact, patron.
Okay. What is there a failure percent with that?
It says if you 50% chance that your incessant questioning will annoy your patron.
I am gonna go ahead and forego that bit of that's fucking hilarious. But I mean, I can just imagine that would, you got like a succubus as your patron, and you just like, Hey, mistress, can you just send me one more nude just for today, please? I'm sorry, I won't ask you again until tomorrow, but I need it so bad. But the deep old one, yeah, the deep old one is a little bit of a different patron, and he's got a lot on the table right now, as do you with this situation, so I'm just going to go ahead and forego that and say that you can perform the ritual without an issue. So, Bloodmane sits down, he opens the book, and as he opens the book, you guys see the water kind of rise up and out of the pages and begin to spill off of Bloodmane's lap and creates a small pool around him very rapidly. It doesn't expand much wider than, 2 or 3 feet from around where Bloodmane's sitting. But as Bloodmane begins to softly incant, you guys see his eyes roll so far into the back of his head that all you see is like white and then bloodshot veins from like the backside of his eyes. And Bloodmane, you successfully perform your incantation. So what is
Do I look cool?
Oh, it looks pretty fucking cool, yeah.
Alright, I will, yeah. Oh, patron of the deeps, do you hear me?
As you ask the question, you kind of hear you hear your own voice echo, kind of in a cavern-like state. It's actually very reminiscent to you of the original place that you found the very first Kraken priest in with all the rats. You don't hear the rats, but you hear the same kind of echolocation inside the room, and you hear a response.
Yes, Emig. I hear you.
The decision has been made. I believe that who I am and what may be required of me are at odds in the future. We have done much together, and I am grateful for all that you've bestowed upon me. However, I will go into the future following my conscience until my last breath is drawn.
You could hear the voice, right?
Yes.
I must be my own master.
Unfortunately.
There's a long pause, and in the depths, in the blackness ahead of you, you see the familiar eye blink open, and the kind of alien form materialize in front of you. And while the creature doesn't seem to have a mouth, you do hear it again.
That is understood. Between us, there is no divide. You have done much for me. You have taught me a great deal and have allowed me to see a great many things. I accept the dissolution of our pact. But I must take my secrets with me, as they are mine to give to another. I also need you to know that I will not stop longing for the voice of that siren, and I will come for her at some point. So keep her safe, or I will take what's mine.
Understood.
Goodbye, Emig. May the raging waves see you to victory. The World Breaker is much worse than I ever dreamed to be.
I will let it end at that.
And with that, you see the eye kind of retract into the back until it blinks once and does not reopen the eyelid. And you guys would see on the outside Bloodmane kind of shudder. He kind of begins to almost seize a little bit, and as he kind of starts to retch forward in his own lap, almost as if he's tight, you see his abs tight and heavy, the book flips out of his hands and onto the ground, and as soon as it hits the ground, it immediately bursts into water and just vanishes, just dissolves into a puddle of water. You guys would see something that you hadn't really noticed before, but small barnacles begin to kind of drip out of Bloodmane's sleeves and onto the ground. And as they hit the ground, they, again, like a drop of water, kind of splash as small, almost raindrops. As Emig looks up, his eyes kind of roll back into a normal position, and you see streams of water begin to spill out of his eyes, nose, mouth, ears, and after about 10 seconds, he comes back to full normal consciousness, and the water around him subsides into the ground, and he finds himself completely dry. Bloodmane, you sense absolutely zero presence around you. The tome is gone. You can't remember any of the incantations that you had before, and suddenly, for the first time in a very long time, you are extremely tired.
It is done.
Once the water and everything stops, you'd feel Winnie's hand on your shoulder. She'd give it a squeeze, and she'd kind of whisper, I won't because you won't be able to hear me, but she'd whisper in giant,
It's true.
you did the right thing, as always. Now let's keep rowing.
We all row.
She'll hand over the shard and just kind of give him space. I guess actually Ulrich had it, so she'll look at Ulrich and sort of,
When he just snatches it out of his fucking hand.
me the
Give me
shit.
that shit. This ain't yours.
not your fucking shard.
Oh,
yeah,
shit.
I'll hand it on over.
Okay.
I'm boofing that bitch.
Oh, boy.
Stop it.
Now remember, the other end of it has to touch the soul forge, so if you boof it, you're going to be leaning over and just...
My hand is not on your shoulder anymore.
I don't like any of that.
I refute it.
Alright, so Bloodmane, as you touch the piece of soul steel to the soul forge, yeah, I would assume you just, like, I don't know what, embed it in your hand or something, or, okay,
Yeah.
so as you do that, it hurts, but it is what it is. You press it into the soul forge, and the soul steel gets white hot, and you guys hear an audible sizzle as smoke rises around the edge of the wound where the soul steel is, and as Bloodmane pushes it all the way in, his hand almost like, this is going to sound terrible, but if you've ever seen somebody electrocuted, they can't let go typically because their hand, seizes up and grips whatever it is they're being electrocuted by. Kind of like that. His hand sticks to the forge, and his head gets thrown back, and as that happens, this beam of blue energy rockets out of his mouth and eyes, and you hear him beginning to whisper. And Bloodmane, it's uncontrollable at this point, but essentially, you are transported through time and space, literally rocketing through the cosmos until you find yourself, boom, kind of in this black platform with this massive soul forge in front of you, much like what you see here. And ahead of you, there is a massive form of a dwarven man who could only be referred to as the king of all kings as far as dwarves are concerned. If you want, you can make a religion check. You would you would surmise that this is a godlike entity of dwarves. You can do with that what you will, especially being, you know, friendly with the dwarven kin. You could probably surmise that this is either the avatar of or some sort of astral projection of Moradin. And you see he's hammering on the soul forge right now with a piece of soul steel that's as big as a javelin. And he stops and kind of looks down at you as your astral projection appears, and he pulls the soul steel back, puts his hammer down, squints, and then you see his face smile, and he looks at the soul forge, gives you a very gentle tip of the head, and then takes a step back, kind of expectingly.
Okay. I will nod back with respect and reverence and approach the forge.
So as you approach the forge, you feel an immense pain. A pain that would be like every nerve ending in your body is firing off with electricity and acid at the same exact time. And as that's happening, your brain just scrambles. However, you feel the fabric of reality and the fabric of your soul literally unravel, and as it's coming back together, you find spaces, these fine-tuned points where you can manipulate and adjust things that are almost beyond your comprehension. However, having dealt with the Deep Old One for as long as you have, there's a lot of things that at one point in time were beyond your comprehension. And this is on a much grander scale. So, with that being said, you can now, at this point, accept 1 death on your spirit, which would bring you to 6. And you can change any of the following details. I'll say it again. Race, gender, class, subclass, alignment, spell choices, height, weight, age, hair, flesh and eye color, accent, skills, abilities, and stat point allocation, as well as feats. And then if you want to just take time to do that off screen for a moment, I can jump over to these guys unless you have questions.
Yeah, not really. I think, I guess I do have one. So, if I am just respecing those 6 levels of Warlock into like Barbarian, for hit points, should I just, like, roll, I think it's a D8, right, for Warlock. Do I just make up with D4s, roll like 6 D4s to bring it up to where it should be? Or...
No, so when you go back into... Okay, so yeah, because it's going to be kind of tough to tell, like, what was what, huh? Because I don't think in your character sheet... That's a very good question. So... Well, I'll tell you what. Why don't you do this? Because it's just, I honest to God think it's going to be easier. I know it may throw your value off, but would you rather take your average value for just everything respecking, or would you like to just re-roll them all again and count any 1s as 2s? I know that may fuck things up a little bit, but you know, the idea is your whole soul is being reforged. So instead of just throwing D4s and hoping for the best, you know, it might benefit to just re-roll and not... Because I don't want you to get fucked either.
Right. I don't think the D4s, like, just on top of what I've... For, like, 6 levels would be bad, because I rolled fairly well for most of my... Warlock levels.
Okay, if we do that, though, you have to take the 1 values, because we would have already assumed that the first part of that D4 and the second would have been a 2. So yeah, if you want to just roll 6 D4 and add it to the top, then that's... Yeah, okay, cool.
Sure. All right. I will go through and start doing the respec thing, and if you want to hang out with these guys, and if they want RP or whatever, that's cool.
Okay, sounds good. I appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, so as this is happening, you guys see Bloodmane's whole body, obviously, like I said, hit these beams of energy up into the fucking sky. As he goes into this process in the ritual, it only takes about 10 minutes, but his body seizes up and turns completely blue. I mean, literally, like, energy form blue. And you see, like, his arm detach from the body, and then it like bursts into this almost small galaxy of energy, spins and comes back together. Other arm, boom, bursts off of his body, spins into this galaxy. Like every fiber of his existence is just breaking apart into these small galaxies, twisting for a few moments, and then coming back together. While this is happening and possibly scarring some of you, what would you like to do?
Winnie is clearly going, like, physically fighting herself to not intervene. As soon as his first arm pops off, it seems very uncomfortable. But she is, like, you can visibly see her kind of, like, forcing herself not to go over to Emig, and each time something changes with him, it's like another little half step forward, but she's keeping hands off, really struggling.
Why don't you come and sit, Winnie?
Yeah, okay. She'll sit down next to Sybil. It's almost like she looks, I would say it's comparable to when we're flying. She is that uncomfortable right now. She's like, she just pulls her knees into her chest and wraps her arms around him, and her eyes are still on Emig.
The ability to rewrite one's story with all that he has seen and done. This is an incredible opportunity. And you know he's going to come out of this all the more terrifying for it.
Probably. Oh shit.
Yeah, I'm sure you're right.
Of course I am. When have I spoken half-truths as me?
I don't know if I can answer that accurately. Never?
It's only been a couple of weeks to even consider that. Wow. So little trust. And she's just going to just kind of do small little, like, mock exaggerated things to try and distract Winnie.
Her eyes never leave Emig, but her tone changes a little bit as you continue to do that, to where she'll be a little more playful in her answers and stuff, but she's just watching carefully to make sure nothing goes awry.
Skittle's definitely side-eyeing, especially when the limbs pop off, or when he gets the Dragonborn head for a second. It's like, nope, focusing on Winnie.
Yeah, and the Dragonborn head, when he's like, wait, doesn't he get to choose? Oh no.
He's got to see the options, I'm sure.
Slowly but surely, we will all be lizard kind.
What the fuck?
Yes. Okay, while that's happening, I think Gartok just kind of glances over to you, walking over to Sybil as she calls you. While an eye is keeping an eye on Bloodmane, the second an arm pops off.
He's explaining why someone's arm popped off.
The second an arm pops off,
That was
he
a
gets
bad
distracted by something in the trees.
Sorry. The second an arm pops off, Gartok will get an idea, and you can see him visibly shake his head from that idea, as there's a limb in front of him. But it'll turn away, and because this is his first time here, I don't know if the tower has any windows where we currently are, but he'll basically be looking around.
Yeah. So that you're asking about if you can see the tower. I meant to mention that, but I forgot you have not been here. So yeah, you guys are about 500 yards or so from this massive green and white marbled tower that, I mean, stretches up almost into the clouds. And every so often, as it's going around, there is a mosaic window that glimmers every once in a while when the sun hits it. There's weird runes traced along the outside and all the way up. This is definitely one of those weird modern marvels that Gartok has probably never seen. I mean, this is Ezekiel's tower times 10.
In that case, as he's watching it, I like to think that as the mosaic occasionally shines, as Gartuk does, his skin will like change somewhat colors into that, and then as it like the clouds go in front of it, it'll change back to the green surrounding area.
Yeah, and the rest of the landscape, by the way, is very, very lush. It's actually jungle. Very jungle. Lots. It's very, very humid. It's very hot. But it's pleasant. It's quiet. It's almost unnaturally quiet here. You can hear birds and things like that, but normally there would be like rustling in the bushes and you could hear things moving in the grass. You don't hear anything like down on the ground level.
All right. Yeah. So that is kind of weird, but you'll just, I guess, kind of keep exploring the area around, not going too far.
People look out for four-armed monkeys, please.
Why are they delicious?
No, not at all.
Destructive.
To be fair, I don't think we know if they're delicious. I don't think anybody actually ate any of them.
I'm
No,
not
we're too
gonna
busy.
take that risk.
Yeah,
That's
we're
a fair
too busy getting our 6-piece Ulrich all in one box to bring him back home.
To be clear, he only got ripped in 2 pieces.
Oh, right. Chicken strips.
That's because he walked into that fight with, 6 hit points?
didn't heal
He was
himself.
bleeding out for like 9 miles and then was just like, oh yeah, I didn't heal myself, did I?
Healed everyone else.
That was the
It's not
first time he
just
died
the
on this
guy
island.
I am.
Is to
Yeah.
say, you had to get resurrected twice on this island.
Yeah.
Sorry to make you remember that.
Hey, I'm the one that brought the monkeys. It's my fault.
That. All right. Okay, so Bloodmane, you can continue to finish up your details if you need to. But as the ritual kind of comes to a close, Bloodmane's body kind of re-solidifies, and as you see it materialize from the kind of energy form, the beams from the sky kind of come down, fade into his own face, and as he looks forward, he cracks his neck hard from side to side, pulls his hand away, and you guys can see that there is now a scar on the center of his hand, and that scar will be permanent, but the sliver of soul steel is gone. And he turns around.
Let out a sigh of relief that he's in one piece. Assuming he's in one piece.
When he opens his eyes, they are now gold.
I'm so glad you said gold. I thought you were going to say they are now goat.
Same.
I heard the "g" and I was like, no, he didn't. Okay, so yeah, he as Bloodmane turns around, you guys see his eyes are they still pupilled or pupilless?
They are pupilless, actually.
So hang on a second. Okay, so yeah, he turns around, opens his eyes, and yeah, very almost Azamar in nature, though not actually Azamar. There would be other qualities, but golden eyes with no pupils, almost godlike.
Winnie would stand up in one motion once he turns around and walk over to Emig. Get, like, the charisma showing, so get really, really uncomfortably close. And then say, what did you do?
He doesn't seem quite as sure of himself at this moment. I saw the Great Forger, and I reforged myself.
And as he's saying that, actually pretty much everybody, because he's the only one with not so great perception, you guys would all realize that he's still got everything on him and about him, gear-wise, though his greatsword has undergone a transformation as well.
That looks fucking sick, dude.
Pretty
That's
badass,
awesome.
right?
So I would. You said it's recognizable as ASMR features, right?
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
Like ASMR features.
Well, okay, so, but Bloodman, you're staying Goliath, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. But it is Azamar quality. It's an Azamar quality. You would,
Like-
if a baby's born with gold eyes, probably born in Azamar.
Right,
But
okay.
he just kind of came back. You can tell, though, he is still Goliath.
Okay. So yeah, when you'd kind of after like staring at your face for way too long, it would make anybody else uncomfortable, but we're both dumb. She would like walk around and like do a 360 and then say, "How do you feel?"
I feel tired. Very tired. I don't know what I used to know. But I also feel like I can cut a lot of heads.
So it worked.
And
As he puts his hand up, you can see that there's a scar down the center of his hand. And now that you can see it a little bit closer, the scar is pretty jagged. And it is, I mean, now he's got kind of blue-ish skin, but the scar has healed in gold.
Well, like we said, fate, right?
this is the way it was meant to be. I am very tired. He'll kind of look up at everybody. What's the plan? Are we staying here tonight?
I can get us back without a problem.
Sounds to me like we need a coffee break, though.
When you'll reach into the bag of holding and take out some of the ground coffee.
So you guys are going to start a fire?
Like,
I just
do this
need
back
to
in
know.
town.
I didn't say it had to be here.
Better, I think Ulrich's having flashbacks.
Yeah, I'm not very comfy here.
Yeah.
Not a lot of great memories on this island. There are some, but not a lot.
Well, tilts his head confused.
When you would... Go ahead.
I died a lot here.
Oh, yeah, I was going to be a little more eloquent.
I've no time. Let's go home. Well, let's go to pseudo home.
My memories of here are foggy at best. But that says
Time to
we
go.
should start casting.
Time to go.
Gartak, come here.
Let him go over.
Oh,
But he
yeah,
definitely has his bow in
motherfuckers.
his hand now.
I'm gonna make sure Gartak is in the circle to be teleported.
Okay.
And I'll use. I'll just use my 8th level spell to cast teleport back to Slag Motion Beak.
Okay.
I figure I'm familiar.
You're gonna
enough
long
with
rest.
Slag
Yeah,
Motion
you guys. It's not a problem. Plus, there's a circle there if you needed to use that as a
Yeah.
focal point. Yeah. So that audio track. Do you guys remember that from fucking
Yeah.
Unlikely Heroes? The
As soon as
Howlers.
I heard it,
that
yeah.
all of that was actually my voice.
I remember that too.
I
Yep.
was
Those
just about
were.
to say, the last time I heard this came from a giant ape and a bunch of others.
Yep. Those were the Howlers, baby. That was a mean fight. Okay, so Ulrich, he performs his incantation, again with a flash of energy. You guys, a crystal clear transition. Very, very unlike when he has to use the staff or when you guys use a gate. His own knowledge and mastery of arcane magic, I use that term mastery of arcane magic loosely, but it does translocate you guys without any issue back to Slag Motion Beak. So let me just do an update really quick. So Bloodmane 213.
Just a heads up, that is with my ability score increase that I put into comm, so.
Understood. All right.
This is a cat comment. You had the chance to rewrite your entire everything and you chose to make yourself more buff.
Hell fucking yeah, my
Are
guy.
you kidding me? Why would you not? Big ass motherfucker.
We flexing.
You're flexing and you're not even trying. That's the weird thing. You're just like one of those guys that,
Forge mirror.
yeah, you move and ripple at the same time.
There better not be any more rippling or anything else that could be water themed.
I mean, you can take the Goliath out of the water, but you can't take the water out of the Goliath.
You can just spend some time in the desert, Sybil style.
Okay. So, you guys teleport back to Zlagmotionbeak. We'll say it's just 5 p.m. Just about 5 p.m. So, what would you guys like to do?
Take a nap. Maybe after eating.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Eating's a good idea.
All right. So you guys are going to hang out for a bit and eat. So you guys go down to the. Are you guys going to eat here? Or are you going to just go to the lavish serpent?
Or the lavish serpent, I would think. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So as you guys arrive, you notice that some of your guys' troops from the Grove are walking around in small contingents, which is a good sign to you because that means that there's a high probability that people have started to ferry themselves through the gate and into this town where they will need to be in position for whatever is to come. With that being said, you guys find your way down to the Lavish Serpent Inn. You guys go inside, you sit, you are provided food, drink, and that is that. Is there anything anybody would like to do in specific here?
You might try to quietly ask Gimmick some more questions.
Yeah, no, please roleplay to your heart's content. Don't let me interfere.
So, I've only been reincarnated while I was dead, and it seems like that's kind of what happened to you while you were alive. What happened?
I was in a great hall, and the Soul Forge was there, and there was a massive, huge dwarf, like a king of the dwarves. It had to have been the great forger himself, and he noticed me. I'll be saying this in common too, so everybody can understand. And he seemed surprised, but then he nodded and smiled at me and stepped away from the forge. And then I approached the forge, and I remember great pain. Everything was on fire. Everything hurt. Everything was awful. I felt a mark on my soul, what's left of my soul, deepen, or I don't know. Even in my tongue, I don't know how to explain it. But I embraced the path of my people, path of my forebears, my ancestors. And going to kind of take a look at the greatsword and put that on the table. This is a part of me. The part of me that changed. I have no way of explaining.
Yeah, and as he lays the greatsword down, it's pretty obvious that like the crossguard are very clearly like tentacle in nature. The blue that is kind of etched in down the blade, if you look close, is actually glistening as if it's wet. And initially when he sets it down, you guys do smell like salty sea air.
Who gifted that to you exactly?
This is part of me. I'm still one with the sea.
He doesn't talk to you or anything, right?
Do you want it to talk to me? I do get lonely sometimes.
Nope, we got 4 people that could certainly talk to you. I'll talk to you.
Okay, fine.
Good enough. She takes a bite of
Through-
food.
Throughout this, he does seem rather well-humored about things, a little less serious and withdrawn than he was for quite a long time under the influence of his patron. He seems a lot like the beginning, more like the beginning.
I was just about to say, you see the beginning intro Winnie reflected a bit more too with the change in Emic as opposed to the version she's been.
Did you choose to have the sword be a part of you, or was that something that was suggested?
No suggestion, it just is. I didn't choose that. I just embraced the rage of the waves. And here we are.
It is a sword of the rage. Ooh, okay. And Sybil is definitely looking between him and the sword and Winnie, and she has an almost excited look. It's not just super blatant, but she's following and also seems to be in a good mood.
Yeah, Winnie's not hiding it. She's clearly in a good mood. She's just happily eating bread, probably. And just if she wasn't so fucking tall, she would be kicking her feet. But she's too tall, so.
You know, I never really cared to drink because of the anger it would give me, but I feel like having a drink tonight.
At this point, there's a hand suddenly on your left shoulder, Bloodmane. Very soft, delicate, kind of too dainty for its own good hand. And it kind of plants down on your shoulder, and there's a squeeze. And you hear a very familiar voice behind you as Ezekiel kind of walks around Bloodmane's gigantic form. Well, then I suppose tonight's your lucky night, my friend, because I've got this bottle of sherry that I've been saving for a quarter of a century now. Would you be interested in indulging with me? He sets it down in the middle of the table, pulls a seat from the table behind him, and for the first time, this guy totally breaks character and sits down. He flips the seat around and sits on it, with the back facing you guys, and puts his arm over the top. At this point, we've got nothing left to lose, so we might as well indulge a little bit, huh?
Ezekiel, I'm glad you're here with us.
I'm glad I am too. Sorry to crash your little get-together. I had some information and I figured we might be able to discuss it over drinks.
I think that's a great idea.
Winnie actually slides her cup over toward Ezekiel, slowly.
He takes the bottle and he kind of retches on the cork, kind of fucks with it, and then he finally takes a breath, sets it down in front of Bloodmane. Do you think you could open that for me, please?
I'll go ahead and...
I mean, without, it's just like, you flip the thumb and it just boop!
Yeah.
And he goes, oh!
Ezekiel loosened it for you.
You loosened it for me, Ezekiel. Thank you.
Of course, telekinesis can only go so far. My, you look strong as shit. Is everything okay?
Everything is fine aside from being tired, and my brain isn't working like it did.
It worked in the first place?
A little. Sometimes.
It's working better now.
I am reforged.
Oh, you've forged your soul.
Yes, I had to... The word... Dissolve? dissolve my pact with my patron.
Honestly, it's probably for the better.
When he's
Speaking
just
of
nodding.
which, I'm going to get a cup and get some of that sherry in there.
Okay, yeah,
Give,
and he
give it a sip. I have not had. Emic has not had a single drop of alcohol this entire campaign.
So he pours anybody who's taking a glass. He pours it out to everyone. He picks his own goblet up, kind of eyeballs it, smells it. Well, here's to, I don't know, to reforging of souls, reforging of friendships, and reforging the face of this plane of existence once we're done kicking the shit out of the world breaker. Friends? And he takes a sip. It's good. It's what you would expect from a very expensive it's almost not even a sherry. It's almost a port. And if you've ever had port, you know what I'm talking about, like good port versus bad port. It's not like the cheap shit. It's like the really dark, heavy, woody and fruity undertones, but boy does it it tickles the tongue. Like, you know, if you drink a little bit too much, you're gonna be vomiting cherry colored liquor and thinking you're bleeding from the inside. But it's delicious. And for the first time in the campaign, I think 2 of you have now consumed alcohol.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Oh,
so,
Gartok too.
So yeah, Winnie's never had alcohol ever, so she's gonna cheers and then go to drink it and stop herself, smell it, go to drink it and stop herself, and then see everybody else drinking, and she's just gonna take a drink.
Yeah, I'm not gonna make.
Sipping. He is not chugging. He just wanted
Yeah,
a little.
sip. Yeah.
It's delicious, and as Ezekiel finishes the toast, he sets the cup down. He picks the bottle up, and he excuse me, on the side of it, there's like kind of almost like a webbing that is like the exterior for grip around the bottle. He touches a small bead, and he quickly traces a rune on it, and you guys see the bottle fill back up, and he goes, "Maybe a long night," and he sets it back down in the middle of the table. So, congratulations to all of you, first of all, for getting as far as you have. I honestly, knowing the number of times you've met your demise, I thought it would be over by now. But here we are, with the Worldbreaker and its army of cultists on our doorstep, and you all coming through with what you said you would do, which is unfucking your mistake. I want you to know that even though myself and Mylar tend to be a little harsh on you, we're harsh on everybody. So hopefully you've not taken it personally over the last few months, but I think it's done some good as you've really stepped up. Not just for yourselves or for undoing what you did, but for all of existence, quite frankly. There's a lot of people's lives at stake here. I have some information, if you are interested in it, regarding the Worldbreaker. This is information that's been shared from all of your forces that have that are starting to, by the way, filter through my gate and into town to ready themselves for whatever is to come. And also from our scouts and from survivors from those defenders who have tried diligently to hold this thing off while it rampages. So, first and foremost, the Worldbreaker itself is extremely massive. One of the largest creatures, if we can even call it that. One of the largest entities that most of us have ever seen in our lives. It dwarfs the most ancient of dragons. Or I'm trying to think of anything bigger than that I've seen before. No, that's probably accurate. It's massive in size. It has a shell around its entire body, kind of like a massive tortoise, with large black spikes. That armor is extremely strong. Extremely potent. Okay? to the point where ballista bolts, cannonballs, and sometimes even magic simply bounces away from it. From what we can tell, it seems to not be affected by fire, poison, or acid. Like, at all. Not that it resists it, it seems like it's completely immune to it. It also seems like it's highly resistant to mundane weaponry. Those who have tried to and have successfully penetrated this thing's hide have only done minimal to it. This may go without saying, but it seems to be not afraid of fucking anything. I mean, nothing has stood in this thing's way, and we can't prove that it is immune to feeling the effects of fear, but it seems like, I mean, it's rampaged across the entire archipelago at this point and has not stopped but to sleep momentarily. We know that although it has tiny eyes in comparison to its body, it appears to not need to see where its targets are in order to sense them. It's got extremely potent vision, or some sort of infravision, or it's possible that it has the ability to tremor sense, which means it can sense vibrations in the ground or in the manipulation of air around it. We're not sure how far that goes, but it always knows where its targets are. It is resistant to magic. Just resistant to magic all around. Still takes effect from some things, but it seems to have good defenses. It is absolutely terrifying. Its presence alone has sent full regiments of men fleeing from it, so just know that. It fights utilizing its teeth, its claws, its horns, smashing and crashing through things. It also has been seen spewing acid, beams of acid. It just regurgitates this disgusting bile from its mouth, and it reduces even the most durable of man and beast to nothing but smoking piles of black, acrid sludge. And the only other bit of information that we have is that it does... we've seen it... This is going to sound ridiculous. We've seen it swallowing people whole. And of those that have been swallowed whole, it seems that only about 1% get regurgitated out successfully. So going inside of this thing is extremely dangerous. And that's the information I've received from the front lines.
Winnie will take another drink and she'll say, "Thank you, that's actually very helpful, and will save us a little bit of money." She'll turn towards Sybil.
Well, on this thing, not necessarily on anything that might be with it.
Right, the turtles.
She is going to just kind of hold up a hand, or a finger, lean over towards Gartok and say, quietly, but the group could hear, "There is one other thing. Its flesh is not for eating."
Ezekiel smiles and he pours another glass of sherry and sets the bottle down.
I'll take a little sipperoo. Not going wild with it though.
I think
Not
after
yet.
this, Garthok probably still has his first glass, and as he sees everyone else drinking, he'll be like, "What is this?" And he'll sniff it, smell weird, and then he'll go, "Should be fine," and then
Sip it.
literally downs it.
Yeah,
It's too late.
so Gartok would definitely... This smells like poison. I mean, straight. Because I mean, alcohol is poison. And Gartok is a hunter first and foremost. And you've smelled fermented things before. I mean, your people are not unfamiliar with like finding a rotten pumpkin and eating it and becoming like that stupid drunk squirrel, you know, in late November that got into the squash. That was a very
descriptor.
look. Those of us from the Midwest, we know if you haven't seen a drunk squirrel or raccoon fucking eating your pumpkin a couple months into the fall season. So Gartok,
I hate to have an African version of that.
goats.
No, elephants.
Oh Jesus!
Oh
We have a fruit that we call amarula, which drops from trees, and if the elephants eat it, they get drunk off of it if it starts rotting.
That is amazing. That sounds like that sounds like a party I wouldn't want to be to. Imagine getting stuck with the one mean drunk elephant, you know?
I just want to put that into a campaign, like exactly as you said it. Like, damn.
Where's Mama Mundi at?
Yeah. Oh, hey, baby.
She's searching for floor fruit, evidently.
Wow. Okay, so, yeah, you down it. I'll get back to you on that. But y'all, yeah, it's warm. Everybody gets that warm, bubbly feeling over the course of, you know, the next 45 minutes or so. But Ezekiel says, I unfortunately don't have much more information for you as far as any of this is concerned, but I will do what I can to make sure that my gate stays active and gets all of your people through in a timely manner. It's going to take some time, as there are a lot of them coming through right now, and unfortunately the circle does require moments of recharge, so we'll get everybody through as best as we can. I think that we've got a couple of days until the rest of your forces are said to arrive via airship, is that right?
There are some coming by airship, yeah, other than the gate.
Okay. Well, I'm asking because we've got this barrier around the city, and I need to know because I'm going to have somebody keeping an eye out for squadrons of airships.
Yes, there are the two dwarven clans will be coming by airship. So.
It's good, Sherry.
Excellent.
Okay, good, excellent. Well, we'll make sure that we keep an eye out for them then. Is there anything any of you need from me before I take my leave?
You don't have any information about those that travel with the Worldbreaker, do you?
I mean, what information are you looking for?
Numbers, ideally.
A lot. A lot. From what we understand, and I'm sure in the next couple of days as they begin to muster around the outsides of our city, you'll be able to see. But from what I understand...
I apologize for how loud the screaming void is behind me.
I don't hear it.
Screaming void?
Oh, yeah. Lucy messaged me you weren't kidding, your cat is loud, so I was assuming it had come through.
We have 3 kids. We probably both blocked it out.
I'm half deaf, baby. I didn't hear shit. Okay, so, yeah, you would, so he says, well, there's good news and bad news about what I think we should probably expect. The good news is that, with the loss of all of the undead that were following in their footsteps, which would have turned this into an absolute shit show mess, reduced their numbers significantly. And I'm talking about, you know, by probably 30% or so, which is substantial. But I think that we're still probably looking at a field army size contingent somewhere in the, I would assume, 100,000 plus range. As far as what we know about what they field, We know that they have a lot of gnolls. Lots of gnolls, like multiple units of gnoll field forces, archers, elite infantry, regular infantry. They have a contingent of lizard folk that are riding on the backs of nightmares, which are flaming infernal horses. They have goblins that ride spiders as cavalry. They do field crews of bugbears who fire trebuchets. There are also a group of hobgoblins that fly wyverns, and within all of these units are speckled the Tortle. The Tortle seem to be commanders and leaders of these kind of more savage entities. The other thing is that though they are not undead in nature themselves, they do field a very sizable brick of undead that seem to be very unintelligent and shambling in nature. They tend to use them as what looks like cannon fodder. One thing you might want to brace yourselves for is that those that are dead, yes, may be some of their own units, but a large part of the dead are their enemies that they've gathered along the way. So don't be surprised if you see entities within that unit wearing colors that you recognize or carrying heraldry that you recognize. May want to prepare your forces for that too.
I'll speak with the forces when they come in. Let them know. See if I can help encourage a bit. And then she kind of paused a second. If that's okay with you guys, I probably shouldn't have just assumed.
Oh, it's perfectly fine with me.
Sipping
just
on my
about to-
cherry over here.
I was just about to say, when he's just kind of listening and sipping now that she realizes she actually likes this.
Uh-oh. This didn't work out super well for native folks in other timelines.
Well, if there's nothing else, I will see myself out and tend to my circle and your forces. If you need anything over the next couple of days, obviously, you know your way around the city. I think we're going to muster on the east side, just outside of the barrier, for when that time has come. Before that happens, by the way, before we prepare for that, you should all have a serious conversation about who, if anybody, is going to join you, as while the forces are being entertained by the enemy, we will be moving around the backside and engaging the World Breaker, its inner circle, and the World Breaker itself. I've got a small contingent of magi who can manage defenses for at least a small while, to get you into where you need to be to prepare the ritual and all of the binding. Your goal in this being that you are champions, quite literally, of our whole plane of existence, is going to be to render the World Breaker unconscious so that the binding magics can take place upon it. That will be your only goal. That and to protect your ritualist. So whoever you're bringing with you, I believe that in order to save Ulrich resources, we can get you teleported there without any issue. But he kind of counts 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Plus your ritualist is 6, so you can bring 2 others with you. And that will be that.
Mama Mundi is going with us, yes?
his eyes
That was
kind of
me.
go wide. Really? Iloma Mundi's going to join you? Are you all sure?
Her demand.
Certain.
So be it. If you'll excuse me, he stands up, turns the chair around, and puts it back to the table behind him, and then he reaches across the table to the bottle of sherry. He touches the bead and draws that symbol again, and you guys see it fill all the way back up. He kind of claps you on the back, Bloodmane. Enjoy your evening, my friend.
Thank you, Ezekiel.
And he exits the tavern. Out the door, by the way. He uses the door.
Did he leave the bottle?
Yeah.
Okay. What
Thank
is the-
God.
Can I remember the rune sequence he used?
Sure. Make an Arcana check.
Damn it! I'm gonna guide myself. These are important rolls. Nope.
Roll your d4.
D4.
I am.
You could double that.
Nope.
You didn't.
Like half of double.
Yeah, 6. I don't know. You
Oh, wait,
watched
until
it.
it's the end of the day. I'm gonna use favorite of the gods.
Favored by the gods. Okay.
Bahamut, there's never been a thing as
Roll 2
important
ones.
as this.
Oh, 5.
4-1.
Okay, so
11.
I'll tell you what. It's such a mundane magic item that you're looking at it, you're squinting. Have you been drinking the sherry, by the way?
Nope.
Okay, so you're like looking at it, you're squinting, you're like, what the fuck is going on? And then you're like, oh, it's blue bead to red bead to yellow bead to blue bead, and in the middle, it's the sigil that is for refresh, is the arcane sigil, and you're like, got it. Yeah, so you know how to activate it to refill.
Okay.
Give me just 1 second. Trent just sent me a message that said he's heading to Atlanta to go to the big Asian market up there. Is there anything that we want that he can try to find while we're up there?
I mean, if you think of, yeah, I mean, I'm down.
No, do you have anything that you want?
I'd have to think. I mean, let me like look up what they might have. One sec, sorry guys.
No problem at all.
I'll just tell him if he finds anything fun or delicious, grab one for us and just let us know how much we owe.
Yeah. Because there's so much that you can get from there.
Yeah. Okay,
so-
sorry. One of our friends is running up to the Asian market in Atlanta, and he was like, "Hey, do you guys want me to pick you up anything?" And I was like, "Dude, I don't even know what we would want right now, but like, if you find anything fun, just
Bring
pick it
good
up." And
sushi home.
no, from Atlanta to here? Are you fucking kidding me? Sitting in a warm
You
car
need
for
a
2.5
cooler,
hours? No. Nope.
So Winnie would take another drink and then she would say, "You know, I've been wondering something. Why do they call it the Demon Spring? Does this bother anybody else, or is that just me?
Didn't we fight demons there already?
We did, but why do they call it the Demon Spring? There wasn't any water
They
there.
spring out there. They spring at us. They jump.
It's a metaphorical spring.
And from the earth the demons rise, springing from, and so on and so forth. You haven't heard the song?
No, don't sing that one.
What is song?
Did you just... Are you asking what that song is, or what a song is?
I actually need to think about that question.
Sybil looks suddenly, like, horrified and a little heartbroken.
I will say, I think Gartok knows what a song is because Mama Mundi sang one. But
Sure.
I don't think he knows it's called a song.
I have a DM question. Actually probably a multi-part question. How many people are in this tavern right now?
I'd say probably somewhere between 40 and 60.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's pretty packed. There's a lot of fucking
General-
people in this town, though, and 1 in.
Fair enough. General mood of the place.
General mood? Make an insight check.
So good at those. I'm mostly trying to figure out. Oh. Okay.
Yeah, insight's reading the room, and that's going to be with a -2, so 7, so 15. Okay, so, the mood seems positive. Everybody at this point, being that it's, you know, creeping up on 6, is starting to feel good, and it seems like confidence is starting to override any fears that may have been here earlier in the day. So people are starting to, yeah, they're starting to feel okay.
What is it? I'll show you. And she's going to tap the table, and then she's going to get up and go and find who the barkeep, tavern keep, etc.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so that would be the Halfling Man. The Halfling Man, that's his full name, first and last. Give me 1 sec.
Rebecca thinks he's using
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I actually do not have a picture for you guys on this one, because you have not talked to him since we played in person. That's okay though. So you approach the halfling man, the barkeep, who is back busy and sending, I mean, tray after tray after tray, emptying flagon after flagon into this room. But you approach him, and he kind of looks up to you. He's got light sandy blonde hair with little streaks of red in it, completely clean-shaven face, early middle age. But as you approach, he smiles to you, and he says, something we can get for the table that the servers haven't brought to you?
Oh, table is fine. I have a bit of a request. The place is packed and yet lacking some entertainment. Do you mind if I... And she just kind of trails off, leading sentence.
He kind of looks confused, and he says, well, we've already got our in-house music going. What could you... should I have them stop? They're already paid for the evening, so I can't pay you anything.
I was going to go and ask them if we might tailor the music for the next couple of days.
Tailor the music? They would need time to rehearse.
Do you mind if I go and speak to them? He's also had a little bit too much cherry here, so this is probably not the smartest
Yeah,
thing she's ever done.
make a persuasion check with disadvantage. Actually, I'll tell you what, start with a constitution saving throw.
I liked the other one more.
Well, it's okay, we'll get to that one. Okay, so that's an 8. So you
so
are...
good.
You're buzzed. You're not shit-faced after just a little bit of sherry, but you're buzzed. Okay, so go ahead and make the Constitution save, or excuse me, the Persuasion check, and you can make a straight check because 10 is not a failure as far as I'm concerned after a little sherry, or an 8, I guess. Okay. He eyes you and he says, I mean, I suppose you can go have a conversation with them, but just sure. Good luck.
Luck? I don't need luck, but thank you. And then she's going to go up to the performers.
Okay, it's literally like 3 middle-aged halflings, 1 female and 2 males, and the male is kind of humming music. He's not even got words to it. He's humming out this tune. And then you've got 1 playing a lute and 1 that is just on this hand drum. And it's really quiet. It's kind of just to keep the mood down. It's very calm in nature so that people aren't getting too excitable. They switch out instruments every once in a while, but these aren't like super jovial folk tunes or anything like that. So you approach.
I will wait until they're between songs. I'm not going to interrupt mid anything.
Sure. So we'll say for the sake of brevity, the song comes to an end, and they kind of start to, they flip through their music, they flip the pages through their music, and the female looks up at you and she says, "Is there something we can do for you, sweetie?"
By any chance, do you know the Dragon of the Mountains?
Dragon of the Mountains, Dragon of the Mountains, Dragon of the Mountains. Maybe. Give me one moment.
Trying to think of something that might be like a widely known
God,
thing.
what the fuck? Why did it roll that? That was crazy. Sorry. For some reason, it decided to roll 2 d20s. That was weird.
With advantage, obviously.
No. It rolled that alongside my percentiles. It didn't make any sense. Okay, so she says, she flips through her book. Unfortunately, sweetheart, we're prairie folk. We don't really get a lot of the mountaineers here. Maybe somebody else, if you've got music, we can play it.
I don't have anything written down. Do you know any of the epics? The old tales?
Like, the tales of, she starts to think. Well, we've got one epic. Have you ever heard the story about 82 flagons amongst the four? When they drank them all, they hit the floor. Have you heard that one? That's I think the... boys, is that the drinking epic? Oh, that's the drinking epic, alright.
She's buzzed. She laughs. That wasn't at all what I had in mind, but that will work. Do you think you'd be able to play that?
She looks out. Well, the room doesn't look totally pissed at the moment. But I'll tell you what. Give me 1 second. And she puts her drum down and she gets up and she walks over to the barkeep. She has a quick conversation with him, and then he kind of looks up and over at you, and he narrows his eyes at you.
Sybil's gonna do a shrug kind of thing with the universal I'm working with what I got here.
His head comes back down, and then you see his hand goes up, and he flags down a couple of the servers. He says something to him, and then he kind of steps back behind him, and you see there's a massive keg on almost like a centerpiece behind the bar, and he pulls a hammer out and a tap, and he taps it fresh, and he starts filling up flagons, and she walks back over and she says, "Well, I think he's agreed to set us straight and start to get everybody as pissed as possible. So, yeah, we can go ahead and fire up the epic if you're interested."
I think they could use it. Thank you.
All right. Give me one
This
moment.
is so not where I was planning on having any of this go, but it's what we're going with now. This cat, obviously.
Winnie would be at the table. She's inched closer to Emig over time, and she leans over and says, some of this might have been helpful when we were doing all that flying. Did you have a place where you can buy drinks like these right before you have to get onto an airship? And then it makes the flight, so much better.
All right, so she gets the music all set up. They switch to a double lap drum. It's like 2 sets of drums. One goes over each leg, and it has there's 4 of them. The one jumps on a lyre, and the other one jumps on a mandolin, or excuse me, not a mandolin, a dulcimer, a hammer dulcimer. And she looks up at you. "I hope you're ready to get completely wasted, sweetheart, because this place is about to get crazy."
Wouldn't have it any other way. Just kind of wish I could be up there with you. And she's going to raise her glass and go back to her seat.
As you walk away, she says, "Wait, can you sing? Do you know how to play?" And she kind of nods down to the instruments that are kind of lying around him. There's fifes and different recorders. There is a mandolin, a couple more drums. percussion-y things.
Yeah, I can. If you get a set of pipes, I could use that. Otherwise, yeah, I can sing.
You got... What are you talking about? Panpipes?
She nods. I'm assuming and hoping that's the same as bird pipes. That is something Sybil would know. Cat does not.
Yeah, so bird pipes would be, yeah, they're like essentially the equivalent. But it's more of like a chirping sound than an actual, it's just very, very specific type of sound. But yeah, I mean, you could use them regardless. So she says, panpipes, bird pipes. Turns around and, do you speak Gnomish?
No.
No?
I
So
speak air and sneaky sneak.
So she turns around and she says something to the guys behind her, and they both bust out laughing. I mean, just absolutely losing it. The guy takes the drums off his lap, hops down, opens this large sack, and he digs and he pulls out a set of panpipes, and he hands it over to her. She hands it up to you, and she smiles and says, "All right, best of luck, little satyr."
She'll laugh. She'll take the pipes.
Okay, they'll hand you music, and I'm assuming you are proficient in this instrument.
Yes.
Okay, so why don't you go ahead and give me a performance check as we kick this off?
Flat roll, just -2.
Yep. Yeah, because you can read music, so I'm not gonna hurt you for it. Jesus
29.
Christ. Okay.
Satyr indeed.
Yeah. Okay. So she kind of looks up and says, "I hope you're ready for this." And 1, 2, 3, and 4. And suddenly, they start ripping this music, and as you jump in with the bird pipes, you notice that there is an air about the room. Suddenly, everybody freezes, and you guys hear this. Like, Sybil walks away, and then just suddenly is up, kind of ripping into these panpipes with these 3 gnomes on this very, very small makeshift stage, which is essentially like 4 crates and like a tablecloth. And yeah, people start to kind of look up, and that's when the bartender starts to have the servers, and they start singing this epic about, 82 flagons among the 4. When they finish it, they hit the floor, and beers just start getting set down in front of everybody. And you see, without a fucking moment of flinching, people are grabbing them and pounding to the music, pounding to the music. And as they slam them down, they do it in this like 1, 2, 3 tap, and then the flagon gets picked up and a new one is dropped. And this will go on for the foreseeable future, so I will let you, the remaining 4 of you, do what you will.
Does this mean we're supposed to drink faster?
No, it does not. In fact, I think we should have some water.
That's probably a good, yeah.
I think Gota's just gonna look at all this happen after he asked his question. Because Sybil said, "Hold on," walked away, and this is not all happening. So he's like, "What is going on?" This is probably his first time seeing anything like this, too.
Yeah, it's very in tune. Like, the drinking and the slamming, it's like all in 1, 2, 3s. And the song is going on and on about how, the 4 brave adventurers, were facing their very end, but they found 82 flagons. And it goes on and on. They drank it, and unfortunately they didn't make it to the fight the next day because they died, which was them on the floor, and their corpses were found rotting amongst the spores that were the mushrooms that grew about their head, and now we know the adventurers are dead. And it's pretty fucking dark and twisted, but as people get more and more drunk, which this song goes for, 10-15 minutes, and the flagon is polished off between, 50 some odd people.
I think Sybil might be trying to serenade Gartok.
Gartok, are you drinking? Is anybody at this table drinking?
Winnie's just been handed water, I believe.
Yeah, trying to space it out a little bit, but yeah.
I think Gartrick will like turn to the others and be like, and point to the people drinking. Shit.
That?
The civil nod.
I'm up on the stage.
You could have another drink, Gartok, but make sure you're watching the stage.
And I guess Gartrick will start trying to do what they're doing.
Oh my god. Okay, why don't we go ahead
He
and
has
start...
never let him down before.
Yep, let's go ahead and start off with a Constitution saving throw.
I said another drink.
Yeah, but he already pounded an entire fucking glass of sherry, so...
Sure.
Okay, we're good, we're good. Song kind of comes to a crescendo. Gartok, you kind of feel like you're in it. You're a little bit offbeat, but you're like... And you still have your intelligence right now, so you're like, you're picking up what they're doing. It's just a little... You're just like, oh, okay, this is new. Oh, got it. Bam, new one. Okay, holy shit, she was fast. You down it. Go ahead and roll one more Constitution saving throw.
I'm gonna feel a little bad if we killed our, never mind.
You are in beat. Bomb, bomb. And you guys even hear Gartok, like, croak out, like, dead on the floor at one point in perfect unison with everybody else.
After a few, Winnie would slide water to him. She doesn't want him to get completely fucking trashed, but...
Yeah, Gartok, you're feeling good. You're feeling buzzed. I know you've never, as a person, been intoxicated, so it's not... I can't really explain it to you, but it's like getting the clean download on day one launch of your favorite video game and feeling that euphoria for the first, like, 10 minutes as everything starts to load. It's the best way I can feel what slowly becoming intoxicated feels like.
Oh, I think you hit it exactly.
So, do you continue to drink, though, through the all the rounds? Because there will be 4 rounds, and you've gone through 2.
I think because Gartok is intelligent enough that Simple is doing this semi for him, he would, but he will also take Winnie's drink of water once.
Okay, so you drink some of Winnie's water in the middle, and then go ahead and give me another Constitution saving throw for the 4th beer. You are doing good. Again, now you got a whole line out. And this was the line about spores that grow from their head now that they're dead. 82 flagons amongst the 4. And then, boom, one set down in front of you. The barmaid who has just spun around you, she kind of traces her fingers along the back of your shoulder blade, and then she runs a finger down your jaw as she sets the final flagon down, and then she waves at you as she goes on to the next table. So, go ahead and give me one more Constitution saving throw. This one will be at disadvantage, and this is not because you have failed anything. You've succeeded at all of them. This is because you've now you're slamming your 4th full beer, and you've had a glass of sherry. That water ain't diluting any of this shit for a little while.
When she touches his face and stuff, Winnie would purposely reach over and tap Gartok on the shoulder and be like, "Hey, look up at Sybil. Look at Sybil up there."
He will do that.
One of Gartok's eyes shoots towards Sybil.
The other's at the alcohol. Trying to stay in rhythm.
Yeah, you gotta look, man, you're a multitasker when you're this intelligent. Alright, one more Constitution saving throw.
I want you to not tell me this succeeds, because I do have a DM inspiration, and it might be worth using.
Okay.
I think I will. Why not? We'll chance it. I'll roll again.
Well, you already rolled. That was. Oh, okay, I see. I'm looking at the roll here, trying to figure out because I can't see the calculator. There it is. Okay, gotcha.
It's a 14 and a 7.
Gotcha.
That's better.
That's way better. So you down the 4th beer, slam the flagon, and the song kind of trickles down to its end. And as it ends, The room is very, very jovial, very lively, very drunk. 4 people have very clearly turned, just by the raw amount of content going into their stomachs, have turned and projectile foam beer vomited on the wall, on the floor. This one lady, this poor, sweet, like probably 60, 70-year-old human woman, turns and pukes all over the table in front of her. Her head, boom, smashes against the table, and you see blood start to spread out from a cut on her head. People rush to her, tripping over themselves, grabbing onto her to try to heal her. The bartender smiles and kind of looks over at you, Sybil. He tips his hat and he mouths to you in common, "I hope you're happy."
I feel like this is the first time she's gotten to perform with anyone else since before all of this shit like hit the fan. She does seem to be just in an amazing mood, but she sobers a little bit at that and just kind of dips her head.
Does it
How
look
far,
like?
how
Okay.
far away is the lady that busted her head from me?
Probably 30, 40 feet.
All right, I'm gonna distance spell a cure wounds and just kind of like do it nonchalantly.
Okay. Are you using subtle spell?
I can use that too. Yeah, I don't know if I can use 2 at once. So
You can't, unless it says
Okay.
specifically that you can.
no, then I'll just distance spell.
Okay, so you mutter, you thankfully everybody in here for the most part is fucking lit. So it's, you don't really draw a whole lot of attention, but as you finish the incantation, this stream of energy kind of glides out and around a couple of people and touches this lady on the head, and she kind of and there's puke all over her face and all over her down into her gown, and you see this old man next to her kind of stands her up. And he kind of starts to walk. You hear him say, "Oh, we got to get you some water." And he kind of trips and his knees buckle and clip her in the back of the knees, and she falls over and bam, head off the floor again. And at this point, people are just surrounding them. You can't even see them. They're being completely mobbed. Gartok, you have to piss so bad that if you don't get to a toilet or somewhere where you can, you are going to pee yourself right now.
All right, in that case,
Well,
I
that
think,
escalated quickly.
yeah, it did. Kartok will leave out the door because I don't think he's going anywhere further inside.
So, Sybil, as the music is finishing and you hear the gnomes chattering to themselves behind you in Gnomish, and then the woman finally turns to you and she says, "Well, the good thing is, sweetie, if only 4 die, it matches the epic. Good idea. Right." And then you see Gartok suddenly stand up, turn around, and walk out the door.
Thank you for this. Genuinely, thank you.
And then she's kind of like, I gotta, oh, thank you. And she takes off.
Okay. People are, as she kind of leaves, people are starting to come up and toss coins into their little hat. Those that are still capable of walking, anyways, as most people are just kind of like, people are starting, the barmaids are coming around now and starting to mop up all the puke, and are starting to now switch the the ale flagons over to water.
Winnie will lean over to Emig and say, "Should we be doing something? I feel like we should be doing something to help here. We don't actually get a night off, do we?"
We need a night off. You reap what you sow, and we all row.
If you guys want to leave and go to bed or whatever, I can keep an eye, make sure no one dies, and then I'll head off to bed.
I'm rather enjoying this. I'm tired, but I need this. It feels good. It feels different.
Feels weird.
You should have some more water.
More water.
All right. So, Gartok, you go outside. There are outhouses out there. Sybil kind of rushes, I'm assuming, past the table and out the door.
Yeah, I want to make sure that he's like okay and I didn't just horribly offend him somehow because I have no idea what just happened.
Yeah, so you bolt outside. Gartok, I mean, it's literally like a row of essentially would be like porta potties, but they're permanent enclosures. And unfortunately, Gartok, having a tail, the door doesn't really close because this was not meant for those with tails, as most of the Dragonborn don't have tails. It's really only the lizard folk who do, and he can't really control it the same way Tabaxi can. So you step outside, and all the doors are closed, and one of them is slightly ajar, and you can see Gartok's tail sticking out.
Okay, that makes so much more sense. I'm just gonna lean back against the side of the building and wait. He can, in fact, finish his business without interruption.
Okay, so Gartok finishes his business without interruption. Gartok, as you leave the porta potty outhouse, you turn around and Sybil is standing over by the door. At this point, by the way, the door, as you see Sybil there, the door swings open, and 6 kind of burly-looking dudes are carrying the old woman out in a sheet, not tied off like she's dead, in a sheet being used like
He's dead. Oh God.
in a sheet like a litter. They're kind of holding her and walking her out, and the old man has got his cane and he's kind of walking out behind her.
Good job, Sybil. Good job.
We've won D&D.
Don't let her talk to the troops before battle.
USO open, baby.
So yeah, Sybil's just kind of just chilling by the building, waiting.
I think Garthol will walk over. Because I guess the song finished before he ran out. So I guess he'll walk over and be like,
What's that song?
That is a drinking song. You remember when Mama Mundi did the thing with the melody? I didn't hear what you said.
he said in the cocoon.
Yes, and in the vision. That is a song. A song is anything that carries... Do you know what a poem is? Okay. Words or sounds with rhythm can make a song. They carry stories and emotions. They go beyond language and help share all those things that connect people. Good, bad, ugly, happy, intoxicated, all of that. It's something that connects people. This one just happened to be a little more fun.
So, like your stories, but with sound.
Yes, with a melody usually. A rhythm. A story without music is... A story without music but with rhythm is either a well-crafted story or a poem. When you add music to it, with or without words, it becomes a song.
Oh, maybe. I won't know that later.
This one...
The potion goes away.
Songs aren't dependent on how well you can piece things together. There's something that almost anyone can feel and understand in some way.
Like this one, where 4 people died of drink.
Yeah, but they didn't have to go and fight the death golems, so really, they were better off for it.
He'll think about it and be like,
This is not the lesson you should be taking from this. sometimes stories and songs are also exaggerated.
So, no more drink.
Did you drink your way through the entire song?
Yes.
No more drink. Or water. I think you should get some water.
Okay.
Come on, let's get you some water or some coffee. Probably coffee. And something to eat. And let's go make sure that Winnie and Emig don't fall off their stool.
Okay. I feel like Gartok will kind of, I guess, gesture out his hand for like hers.
There's a moment where she pauses, and then the air hand will reach for the scaled hand.
And I'd like to think as she like grabs his hand kind of, as because he's chameleon, his hand kind of semi turns the same color as hers.
Do you walk in?
So wrong.
Do you walk in holding hands?
I'll leave that up to Sybil.
Why the fuck not?
All right. Why don't Winnie, Bloodmane, and Ulrich give me a perception check? So you guys, by the
He
way,
doesn't wander off.
yeah. As you guys, as she runs out after him, there's that few minute lapse where I'm assuming you guys kind of help settle the masses, which are, you know, a happy mixture between very, very, very intoxicated and blackout. So as that's happening, you guys kind of help get the old lady situated. Ulrich, because I'm assuming you would be the first one to fucking try to help out. They say they're going to take her to the Temple of Bakab. She actually has a little amulet of Bakab around her neck, so they're going to take her to the center structure and get her down into the infirmary just to do a full check on her. But they thank you all for your assistance. And then suddenly, the door opens again, so they leave, and then another 2 minutes or so go by. You guys get yourself settled back at the table. You guys hear the door again, and all three of you turn around. Gartok enters, and then as he enters, Sybil is like right behind him, and holy shit, they're holding hands, and Winnie and Bloodmane, you would both notice that Gartok's hand that is holding hers has chameleoned to a light blue hue. Do with that what you will as they approach the table. Actually, you know what? Don't do anything with that. It's 11:58, so why don't we go, our time. So why don't we go ahead and break right here, because this is a good time for us to get the kids set up for their rest time, and get Orion down for his nap. So we'll be back in 10-15 minutes, and see what the fuck is gonna happen now.
This
Kevin?
is definitely what you
Yes.
had planned, right? Sorry.
Totally. I'm gonna shoot you a message on Discord. It's just game-related mechanic stuff.
Understood, gotcha. Alright, guys. We'll see you in just a bit here. Alright, for those of you hanging out in stream, I'm going to go ahead and throw us on the BRB screen, which is going to be gigantic red letters screaming at you, BRB! And then, well, I guess we'll BRB. Uh-oh. We've got a very angry child right now. I can hear him back there. Guys, we'll be right back. See you soon.
I don't know why y'all are gonna act so shocked at this.
I didn't say it's shock.
Well, if you're jealous, you can take inspiration from them. Besides, Gartok and Sybil are simple beings.
That was gonna be one of my first comments.
What was that?
That was gonna be one of my first comments as Winnie.
That we're simple beings?
That everybody complicates things too much.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, 100%. And besides, both Sybil and Gartok are fairly intoxicated at the moment. Sybil's buzzed, but she's also made of air.
All right, y'all.
What up, what up?
Yeah, Kurt, you want to just check the... Oop, doxed you. Sorry about that. Bloodman, you want to just check that really quick and make sure that it came through.
I see something. It did.
Okay.
We may have to update it at some point. But
Give
it's,
me one
it's
sec.
here.
Give me one sec.
Yeah.
What does it have you on? Normal? Give me a sec. This fucking... Candace was having trouble with this too with Boundless Valor. When they changed over the jump gate stuff, there was a bunch of stuff that got fucked up.
Maps.
Well, no, it took... Because I've got like 20 subfolders with this campaign. But a bunch of them... It deleted a bunch of the shit that I had in there and put it into archives. So I had to pull it out of archives, just delete it, and then re-add it. Bullshit.
It's a huge pain in the butt.
It is, but you know what? This new jump gate version of this is fucking
It's
phenomenal,
worth it.
and it's everything I ever wanted. Just being able to drag anywhere on the screen instead of following their parameters is the best thing in the world. Give me one sec.
Yeah, I was reading, you mentioned something about the, was it Sigil or something too?
Project Sigil. That's a D&D Beyond thing. It's a lot of fun. It's really, really neat. I can't show it. It's like they got such a tight NDA on it. I want to show people when I'm streaming, but it's like I can't. But it's
Yeah.
awesome.
Gotta protect your butt.
Yeah, well, actually, they're so you can't use it unless you have a D&D Beyond account. If you get caught leaking information or pictures or screenshots or streaming it or anything, they delete your D&D Beyond account regardless of whatever money you've put into it. Full stop. Fuck.
And they send Pinkertons to your house.
Where the fuck? All right, you guys can. Oh, I got it. I'm updating it. Bear with me, because you're greater. I gotta get the greater updated. Okay. So go ahead, you guys, and we can just go ahead and start. Sybil and Gartok enter, holding hands. They approach the table.
Winnie's eyebrows would go up. And she
Emic's
would...
eyebrows are going up.
and Winnie's gonna make eye contact with Sybil.
Emic's gonna make eye contact with Gartok.
Gartok makes eye contact with both of them.
Oh, fucking chameleons.
Sybil just kind of does the shoulder shrug, and she's just smiling. She seems calm and happy.
I think Winnie would give Emig a little bit of a side eye, see what his reaction is, and then look over at Gartok and say, "You okay?"
Gartok's tail is wagging. And he'll say,
Yes. Just eat it. Outside.
Drank through the whole song.
I did not do that. Unless water counts.
Speaking of water, do you have any more? He could probably use it.
When you will motion to the 4 filled cups on the table, like Vanna White.
Ironically enough, there are 2 in front of Sybil's spot and 2 in front of Gartok's spot.
Thank you.
I'm gonna
Water
sip on
will-
some more sherry.
Water will help. Your head might feel a little off in the morning, but we'll see if Ulrich has some magic to spare before you sleep.
Hey. Why it hurt?
And to be clear, Gartok, you're sober. Like, there's a little bit of a buzz, but your body is just so naturally resistant to poison that you're like, what the fuck? Are we good?
Why it hurt tomorrow?
Have you ever drank before? Not talking water. Have you ever consumed alcohol before?
I'd like to think he looks like he's about to go yes, and then you correct him and he'll go,
No.
Then you might feel off. I don't know if it'll hurt, but we have
Excuse
the
me.
best healer in this side of anythingness to help. Sybil is not completely sober at this point, and she does in fact reach for a glass of sherry as well.
How's the bottle looking?
I'd say, I mean, between the course of you guys drinking and having fun and just kind of relaxing and chilling, it's, you know, about half full.
I'm gonna try and do the thing to refill it.
Okay, yeah, you memorized it. So you go red to blue, blue to yellow, yellow to blue, and then you trace the sigil for refresh. And you guys see, Ulrich kind of does it. It's kind of clunky the way he does it, but he finishes it. Hands goes back. There's like a little flash from one of the beads, and the bottle.
I'm gonna look at Ulrich and just kind of smile and say, "Well, looks like Ezekiel's out of a job."
Don't tell Ezekiel that. He might not be nice to us again. Ulrich, I think you got voluntold that you're gonna make sure that Gartok's good tomorrow.
Everyone will be fine. He looks fine. Like, it doesn't look like he's fallen over himself, so.
I
I've
think
never
he wants
known
to-
his kind to drink alcohol. I don't know what they look like when they drink alcohol.
Gartok, you would know. Like, I mean, it's not like your clan, you know, would go out and make moonshine and be drinking, you know, that jungle hooch. But, ooh, I like that term, though, jungle hooch. That's a fucking thing now. However, you did have rituals and things that you would do where you would become intoxicated. You know that typically when, like, the elders have to go through intoxicating rituals, it usually ends up with only one of them alive at the end of it, as they tend to get ravenous.
I guess as the Bloodmane says that, or Gartok having an 18 intelligence, but also like 0 social skills, would go,
We're drunk. Would much more hungry.
And for the rest of you guys, that checks out. People, you know, you get an appetite sometimes. You know, you get the beer munchies.
I'm gonna slide over a glass of water to him.
I'm gonna slide it back over to you because I came from your side. I have two. And I'm also gonna say,
You sound like me more.
I missed that.
I said it sounded like you need it more.
I'm fine.
Okay.
Are you two still holding hands?
I was just about to ask that.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, Gothok's not gonna let go until Sybil does. So
So
This is now a threat. Okay.
Yes.
Me-
So with their charisma combined, they've made this about as awkward as it could possibly be, with nobody saying a word about it.
when you
I have above average charisma. I am a performer.
Minus
after-
2.
After Emig says, I don't know what his kind looks like when they drink, when he says, well, it looks like he may have grown something. And she'll look, like, at their hands.
No.
Oh.
Gothok looks all over himself. Like, what did he grow?
Oh no.
So not what I thought you meant there.
Hands, I said, you fucking gross
Sorry,
people.
that went
became
over
like-
my head. I didn't notice.
And then when you will, like, look back at Sybil and do one of these.
But we're gonna go for a hunt together when all of this is said and done.
Just,
Gartok, I need my hand. I can't reach the water. Gartok, I need my hand, please.
He'll let go.
So, is there anything else that anybody would like to do this fine eve?
Oh, Winnie, do we have any money to spare?
Not fucking much.
we've got, not really. What do you need?
She's gonna lower her voice. I kind of wanted to give, and she's gonna like gesture with her head towards the barkeep, the tavern keep. Kind of wanted to give him a few coins for starting that. Kind of an apology.
Oh, yeah, that got bad fast. She'll take out,
Yeah, that's kind of what it is.
like, 4 gold and slide them across the table to Sybil. You want more than that, or?
He'll have made quite a bit from tonight. It's also a fairly profitable song, usually. Assuming
we
they don't
can-
have to buy any diamonds.
Ask if there's a collection plate for the old lady who got hurt, too, because that looked really bad.
For the what? No, did I miss it?
She'll be fine.
Well, yeah, we
Never
have
mind,
the best
she'll be
healer
fine.
on this side of things. I'm going to take the 4 gold. I'm going to make sure they make it into the chip jar that's at the bar, and then that's all I wanted to do.
Okay. He's very busy cleaning and soup swapping and or not swapping, sweeping and mopping, and yeah, he doesn't really pay a whole lot of attention to you. But the coin jar is about half full, so it makes a happy little metallic clink. All right, what are we doing now?
So if at any point, assuming like when we're walking to where we're staying, or I don't know, are we staying in the inn?
I don't know. That's what I'm asking. What are you guys doing? I don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but you can tell me what you're going to do when we get to that point. But what are you guys doing right now?
Winnie would try at some point to have a conversation with Emig.
Yep. I would actually try to have a drink with Ulrich.
Okay. Yeah, please.
Yeah, Ulrich has literally been on the water train the entire time, so.
He makes that a couple of cups. He's been sipping. He's been kind of taking it easy, just kind of enjoying it.
Yeah, and for those of you drinking not like absolute drunken animals. Don't even need to make the Constitution saving throw unless you're drinking all night. It's a pleasant buzz. 90% of us knows what a happy buzz feels like, and that's where we're at. Bless you. So, yeah. Feel free to mingle and RP as you wish.
Thank you both for blessing me. I didn't realize it was that obvious. Ulrich,
I'll be right back,
will
y'all.
you have some sherry with me?
Maybe a very little, but yeah, sure. I'm pretty sure I've drank in one of my couple past lives, so
Maybe once.
yeah.
Ulrich, I just wanted to say that you've been with us since the beginning, and we couldn't have made it this far without you.
I mean, pretty much could be said for all of us. We're a fairly tight-knit group at this point. Not in a whole... It's a weird feeling. I have so many different thoughts running through my head all the time, but the moments like these are when I feel most like myself. When we're together, we're all together, we're enjoying our time.
I agree. I think we needed this. I needed this. But you've come a long way since you were a baby. I remember raising you up. Baby Ulrich. Weeks old at best.
Yeah, I'm barely months old at this point, so yeah. Leaps and bounds and advancements, technically. I mean, hell, I mastered the spell that caused all this, so that's something.
That is truly something. I feel, in a way, I've lost something in my reforging. I feel less... I understand less. I feel less like I understand you, even, in a way. But I do still appreciate it. Here's to you and to us, Ulrich.
And to you as well. You'll take a small, very, wet the lip sip of sherry.
And for the first time, Ulrich, in this life, you taste the delicious cherry sherry, and it kind of brings you back. There's a moment where as soon as it touches your lips, the dryness the bitter dryness kind of makes you shudder. And as you shudder, you get a vision. You kind of flash backwards in time, and you are staring at a version of yourself, elven in make, long silver hair with pale silver eyes, and you are in the process of sipping from a goblet, and you kind of take a breath and look down, and there is a holy symbol of Bahamut in your opposing hand, the one that doesn't have the cup, and then the vision fades suddenly as you see one of your past lives.
Yep, sure did drink in one of them.
He's gonna just kind of chuckle,
I was looking at you. Make sure
shake his head.
To make sure what?
You had a bottle.
Oh yeah, I'm good. Thank you.
Gonna kind of side eye again a little bit, Sybil and Gartok, but other than that, he's just kind of totally enjoying the time. He hasn't fucked off to go fishing or anything. He's actually happy to be here.
Okay.
Applegator?
Did we get the right blood main back?
He blinks, and the gold
Dun, dun,
pupilless
dun.
eyes reflect the scenery before you.
Ah. All right. So, Ulrich and Bloodmane share a small toast and a sip of sherry. Winnie, you said you wanted to talk to him while you guys were walking.
Yeah, if we end up walking somewhere, then it would be during that time. Otherwise, just when there's a project.
You guys can stay in the tavern or in the inn if you'd rather. I can say brevity.
Ulrich's
that
actually
easy.
gonna after the toast get up and actually be like, if you excuse me, I've got one thing I want to do before I go to bed. And he'll get up and leave.
Okay. Ulrich gets up and leaves.
We should probably figure out rooms. I'll go figure out rooms. I'm the money bag.
Sake of brevity, you guys are given rooms. You guys are the fucking commanders of a military force. No one's gonna charge you.
As she starts to walk away, though, she's gonna say, How many rooms do we need?"
What do
I'm
we
the wrong
normally get?
person to ask.
Well, it depends on where we are. I'll just get 4.
Okay. Yeah, you go to the barkeep. You explain that you're looking for 4 rooms for you guys, and he says, you know, essentially, I've had those 4 rooms saved for the last 3 months. Nobody's been in, nobody's been out.
Thank you. Did Sybil bring you a donation for the trouble?
He kind of looks at you cockeyed, and he's... I mean, I didn't get it, but maybe. He kind of like grabs the tip jar, kind of looks in. Oh, there's gold coins in there. If those are hers, then probably. Yeah, we only usually see coppers and silvers.
Well, thank you for humoring tonight.
Who the hell put this in here? He pulls out a wooden finger. Who put this in here? Who's missing a finger?
When she gets as small as she can in her ridiculously large size and slowly backs away.
There's Gartok, you would probably notice this, and Ulrich. Winnie, you're facing him, but definitely Gartok, Ulrich, and Sybil. There is like 2 tables ahead of you guys. There's a dwarven man who's sitting facing you, and he's got both hands on the table, kind of sitting there. He's kind of like rocking. You could definitely tell he's pretty lit. But he hears that, and suddenly his eyes go wide, and he looks down at his right hand, and it's a wooden hand, and it's missing its index finger, and he just kind of tucks it under the table.
Well,
Yeah, when he would take her place back at the table, she would just say, "It wasn't me."
how is Sybil looking? Is Sybil still more or less with it?
Yeah, she's probably just on the too far side of the happy little buzz.
Ema says maybe I should wait for Ulrich to get back.
For what?
I wanted to discuss, as he's present of mind, about my patron and the connection to Mama Mundi. Nothing.
Your former patron?
Yeah, that one.
I thought he was done going after her, that she was fine now.
Oh, no. No. Is she fine? Yes. But the patron's not done.
Uh-huh.
Maybe we should let her know that.
Yes, I agree. I will say this. My patron was not always transparent, but the patron also did help us and was, in their way, very honest. We have parted our ways as well as I could have ever hoped. There is no ill will. But they did say that they will always try to retrieve their siren. So, I think it is worth talking about at some point. But it's nothing I'm worried about right now.
I'm a little worried about it, and it sounds like there should be a little ill will there.
No, not towards me.
Well, that's good. But from us towards him, him?
It's a they-them situation.
Okay, but still, little ill will in that direction.
Well, maybe we can just tell him that his siren's in another castle. It's not his siren. She's dead serious. There's gotta be another one, right?
Maybe.
I do like the getting him to realize absolutely fucking not. That'd be great.
Well, here's the thing, too. She wasn't really at risk until we got involved. Because, not with them, at least. We got her from the spider thingy. But that wasn't related to the patron. So, it'll become an issue when the patron finds someone willing to collect her. We'll have to fight that person.
Yep. But they don't have him anymore, which means that they're going to find someone else, and that someone else might not care as much about Mama Mundi or personal choice or any of that.
Right, I think that's the concern that Amy was bringing up. He wants to discuss with Ulrich.
Yeah, going and discussing that seems like a really good idea. She's gonna reach back for the sherry, pour a little bit more than she probably should into her glass.
Cheers.
Cheers. Gartak. Gartak. That's a toast. Gartak.
Oh, and he'll lift his water up because that's all he has in front of him now.
And
After-
look to Winnie.
Drinking some. Did Ulrich say where he was going?
Probably to the temple, but no, he didn't say.
Cutscene.
And as the scene fades to black, we fade in on Ulrich ascending the steps of the Temple of Bahamut. Ulrich, the city is very, very busy right now. There are a lot of troops. As you come through, you notice heraldry from Ashford, Banalk, Delvandi, Kokoromban, Pyramid, the Pyramid of Amamkotepe, and Slaneshi.
Okay, I'm literally just going. I'm not going up into the temple. I'm just going to the area of the temple.
Okay.
And I just wanted to use a scroll that I've been literally holding on to since I think it's actually the first bit of treasure I ever got. It's a scroll of contingency.
Oh,
And
fuck.
with us being in the last couple of days before the big fight, I'm going to use the Scroll of Contingency to place a 5th level Cure Wounds on myself if I ever to drop to 0 hit points. Literally been holding onto the scroll for whenever the final battle was going to be because I figured that would be a good time to save it for.
Okay. So yeah, you open the scroll. You read it. Well,
I actually think I have to...
yeah, you do have to roll for it. Give me 1 sec, because it's a wizard scroll. Give me 1 second, though.
This is going to go for me.
Did you already use your favored by the gods?
I sure did.
Yep, okay. Maybe you should have done this tomorrow.
Oh well.
Okay, go ahead and give me... You can make an Arcana or a Religion check, your choice, because you are in the presence of your god.
Yeah, they're both the same.
Okay, and you can do it with advantage.
You're
I'm
such a
going to
good
guide
healer.
myself. Sure am. It's not really good at religion or Arcana. That's good at healing. My medicine check's better. And roll that. Wow.
Okay, so you begin the incantation, and as you get to like the center half of it, you begin to fumble with the verbiage. However, you do successfully get to the tail end of it and complete the contingency and perform the 5th level Cure Wounds, which places it upon your spirit, contingent upon you ever reaching 0. However, because you did not actually succeed at the roll, it does not dissolve and fail, but it does reduce the duration by half, meaning it only lasts for 5 days instead of 10.
That seems fair.
Long enough.
Well, let's hope so.
Barely, I think.
Okay, just took a note so I know that I don't forget about that. Okay, yeah, you perform that. As you do that, as you finish that, there is a moment of pause. The spell succeeds. You feel it's a little bit weaker than it should be, but it did take effect. And as you turn to walk away, you kind of freeze in place for a moment as your vision goes black and then pulls you outwards up into the heavens, up into the cosmos. You can see the prime material fading away below you, and you find yourself in a misty field illuminated by silver light. And a vision creeps across the field. It is the meadow transforms into sandy dunes, and you see a wave of fire ripple over the dunes. It's like a big line of fire ripple over the dunes, and then vanishes into the distance, and the vision fades.
Well, that was something. Yeah, and then I'll head on back to the end.
Okay, so that was happening while you guys were conversing. Few more minutes goes by, and Ulrich re-enters. As he re-enters, you guys would all notice that he has a small, glowing purple sigil in between his eyes on his forehead.
Let's come back and sit down.
You good?
Yeah. Did have a weird vision, but yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So, just so you know, you got a little something.
Ulrich, you would know that part of the contingency would be that it does have a physical manifestation upon your body.
Oh, yeah, that's just something I've been waiting to use.
That's vague and ominous.
We long time ago, like when we first started all this nonsense, we got at the time a fairly, and still is a fairly powerful scroll that allows you to place a spell on yourself that will trigger upon certain conditions. So has to be the person casting it, can only affect them. So figured if I were to ever lose consciousness or start to lose the grip on life, that immediately administering a healing spell on myself upon that state would be helpful. So that's what this is.
If you lose consciousness, like if you go to sleep, like you
No.
can't. Okay.
If for some reason I don't have anything left to give and I begin to fall, then it will perk me back up, so to speak.
Yeah. Okay. That's.
I have-
Yep.
I have a thing like that, but it doesn't heal me. It just summons more friends for you guys.
Do you have one of those cool bottles like Octavius has?
No. He offered one. I turned it down. Figured that might not be the best idea, and Bahamut might have some words about stuff like that, so figured that was not a great idea.
Yeah.
What does
I know-
Bahamut sound like?
So it depends on the message he's delivering. Sometimes it's a very warm and welcoming voice, and sometimes it's that voice of like, I'm not mad, I'm disappointed. You know what I mean, right?
I think so.
Is there a glance over to Winnie when he says that?
There was a very intentional not glance at Woody when he said that.
He looks at everybody except for Winnie.
something we should do over the next couple days. We have days. I think we have days. Days, several days till the end of the world. Nope, not going there. Potions. We should make sure that all the potions in the bag are spread out, not in the bag. Cause, yeah, we might need them.
I've never asked this. Does anybody else want to carry the bag?
Your bag.
Okay. She'll put the bag of holding on the table. Did Gartok just say yes?
I was about to say, we'll carry if you want.
All right. She'll take out the bag and start digging through it for looking for what potions we have.
Leans over to Gartok. Winnie knows all the things that are in the bag, and we've only got a couple days to try and get acquainted with all of that, so why don't she keep holding it for now?
This might be actually a better conversation to have in the morning.
We don't want potions.
Well, if we go through potions now, we can pour some of the sherry into the potion bottles, and then have a little pick-me-up mid. Stop laughing, Lucy.
Oh, yeah, so we'll do this in the morning. Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Well, I did get us rooms. They have 4 of them saved for us.
Sybil mutters something about no sense of humor. Arc druids and their sticks up the, and then she mutters into her cup.
So, my passive perception, Xavier, would I hear that?
More than likely.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I was like, mine's 25, so I'm pretty sure I heard it.
Oh yeah.
Okay, mine's 20. So when Sybil says that, her head will, like, snap toward Sybil.
Suddenly that cup is very interesting.
That's how he sounds.
Oh, who sounds?
Remember when I said that sometimes he sounds like he's mad, but not, or he's not mad, he's disappointed? That's the sound. That's almost dead on.
I think Winnie is a she.
She is.
Oh. Yes, the silver one. Bahamut.
Yeah, there you go.
You might be right. Ulrich morning might be a better idea. I'm tired. I think I'm gonna go to bed.
Winnie would let them know, like, what room blocks we had, and then she'll look at Emig and say, last time we were here, we shared. They assumed that was the same.
Did we want to share the room, or do we want to sleep under the stars?
Under the stars.
Good choice. Maybe we'll head down by the river.
Okay. So, Winnie and Bloodmane leave, going towards the river. Sybil stands and excuses herself to bed.
I also go to bed.
Okay.
I think there's probably, if I had to guess, a little bit of prayer from both Sybil and Ulrich before bed. From Sybil for sure.
For a different reason than Ulrich. I think Gartok will finish the 3 glasses of water, 2 being Sybil's she never touched. And then go to bed.
Okay. So. So you guys excuse yourselves for the evening, and you all rest. It's peaceful down by the river. It's peaceful in the inn. About midnight is when the inn kind of settles down and shuts down for the evening, as far as the main room is concerned. And you guys drift off to sleep. And you go ahead.
Sorry, before that happens, Winnie did have one thing she was waiting to ask.
Oh, yeah. You guys can go ahead and do that. And then after that, we'll sake of brevity into the morning.
Yeah. So as we get like to our spot by the river and stuff, or as we're walking there at least, Winnie would say, so I noticed there were some subtle changes to your appearance. Was that you, or was that Moradine?
Me or
What did you refer to him as?
I'm not sure. I just embraced my way. Well, what changes to my appearance?
So, your eyes changed.
My eyes changed. Do I have something in them? What's wrong with them?
They're gold.
They're what?
Yeah, and Bloodmane, as you're sitting there, you kind of instinctually like lean over the shore of the river and look into the water, and you can't see a whole lot of detail because you guys are kind of encompassed by this giant pink barrier, so you don't really get a whole lot of the moonlight. But you see two gold glowing specks kind of looking back at you in your reflection.
Oh. Oh. Huh. I don't look quite as good as I thought I would with gold eyes, but that's a look.
You thought about what you would look like with gold eyes before?
Oh, I don't know. Seems like everybody's getting them these days. I figure, why not think about it, right?
I had him first.
Yeah, you did, and they look good on you. I thought they'd look better on me, but that's fine.
So you did kind of choose him.
Maybe. Huh. I didn't even really think about it.
I just lost your camera.
Yeah, I saw that. It's on one side.
There you
Okay.
go.
we'll-
So I don't know if it is survivalist instinct, the fact that we may not be about to survive, or the amount of alcohol that was consumed tonight. But Stipple and Gartok, can we?
This is one of those things that maybe right now it's best not to think about.
Maybe that's why. And she'll just reach over and grab your hand.
Mine's not going to change color like Gartok.
It doesn't have to. You already changed your eyes.
I like this.
I do too. I don't want to go on a hunt after we're done fighting. But I wouldn't mind a boat ride in the water.
Well, it might be nice to see some more of the world that we haven't been able to. And we can probably avoid theirs for you.
Either that or bring that bottle with.
You have to be careful. That stuff is dangerous.
I noticed. One other thing though. I'm gonna have to move the grove back from the Feywild when this is done.
I don't know what that looks like.
Probably similar to what it was last time, but a little less threatening.
Well, if you need help with it and I'm able to, I'm more than happy to be there for it.
She'll just, she doesn't move her hand away or anything. She just kind of sits there in silence for a little bit, and every so often you'd catch her glancing over at you. But if you, like, looked at her, she'd look away. Still pretty awkward.
Yep, that is the evening then.
So the night goes on. You guys rest and awake in the morning. Ulrich, through the night, you do have a dream that is very similar to the vision that you had, where you find yourself in the meadow. The meadow changes to shifting sands and sand dunes, and you see again the line of fire kind of creeping up and over the sand dunes and disappearing into the distance. And you awake. So we will call it, for the sake of brevity, 9 a.m. The morning of Monday, the 10th of Ogtet. You guys awake and regather in the main room of the Lavish Serpent Inn, and breakfast is served.
I now might have a stone floating around my head.
Oh yeah, yes, yeah.
Ah, okay, yeah, so you equip it. Just do me a favor and make sure that you refresh your character sheet, and just make sure that the mastery changes, that the proficiency bonus goes up one.
It did, yes.
It did? Okay, perfect. So then you are good to go. So yeah, as you guys all sit down, you realize that Bloodmane has the small purple gem slowly orbiting around the outside of his head now.
He's back! They, them.
Little 10T is gonna reappear.
I will miss that little guy. So, always up to some sort of hijinks.
I'm gonna do the roll for the staff real fast.
Okay.
When you would take a
Sybil,
seat and start eating.
We're in the tavern for this, right? Okay.
And what, Ulrich, what's the plus to that? Is it plus 6 or something?
2.
Plus 2, so 22. Got it.
52 charges.
You may will sit by Winnie.
Up 50. Sorry, that's its max. So it's back to full.
When you would probably set a plate in front of Emig and a plate in front of herself and give him all of like the meat and stuff, like serve him on his plate, and then she'd just take grains and fruit.
All right, yeah, it's delicious. It's blood sausages and diced potatoes that have been cooked with leeks and onions, and there's some sort of, not really melty, it's more of a dry, crumbly cheese, but it's soft, soft to the palate, a little bit bitter, a little sharp. It's pretty delicious.
What kind of blood is the sausage?
Oh, you would be able to identify this. It is duck blood. Enjoy your kishka.
There's a little Pole in all of us.
Sybil is going to... Is anyone else doing a performance thing in the tavern at the moment?
No, tavern's quiet.
Okay. Then she's going to do one of her stories. It'll be for her group, but the voice will be pitched so it can carry to anyone who wants to listen. She's not trying to stay quiet or anything.
All right, yeah.
The morning inspiration.
Round 2
Now
of the
an
drinking
epic
song.
poem. No, she's going to do one of
just
the
kidding.
epic poems because she has to teach Lucy about the difference between a song and a poem.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a performance check.
Now at -1.
Correct.
We're getting closer.
Okay.
First roll I can do.
So, yeah, you recite the poem, the grand epic. It's probably a good 6 minutes long, and as it comes to a conclusion, you finish, you glance around the room and realize that about half of the patrons have stopped and are listening intently. There's a very soft kind of golf clap round of applause as you take your seat, and you all benefit from the 19 temporary hit points.
I want to confirm my intelligence is back to what it was. Correct?
It is back to, yeah, it is back to normal Gartok mode.
It doesn't actually say that it would disappear on a long rest, but I'm kind of assuming it would, because that seems like it would make sense, so usual morning thing.
What?
And then she will...
Wait, what would disappear? What are you talking about?
Oh, since
The temporary hit points.
Yeah,
Oh,
from yesterday.
I see. Well, either way, if you had taken any damage, it's all refreshed, so.
Yep. And then she will use a couple charges from the coffee bag.
Okay. All right, so you guys sit, you eat, you listen to Sybil, you feel refreshed and recharged. What would you like to do today? And just to be clear, as far as brevity is concerned, we do have one this day and one more before the other units are said to arrive.
What good can we do in this time?
We have to
That's a good
talk
question.
to the troops today, over the next couple days, make sure that word gets spread by those who are able to do it in a reasonable way, not spreading panic.
Okay. And just as a note, Winnie looks super refreshed this morning, like more calm than you guys have ever, in the entire time you've known her, seen her. She just seems very herself almost. Okay, and I know we talked about potions last night too, so we can do that once everyone's done eating.
Did we?
We did.
You, in fact, brought it up.
You wanted to mix them, which would
Sybil may
dilute
have
them.
been too focused on holding hands to remember about the potions.
Then you'll see a realization come across Winnie's face, and she's gonna lean over to Sybil, and she's gonna say, "You do remember holding hands, right?"
She
I have a 20 passive insight, just so you know.
she definitely remembers and is trying so hard to not show that she remembers. That might be familiar.
That is an odd color of purple. And she's just gonna sit back up.
How'd you sleep, Sybil? Gartok? Sleep okay?
Like, log. Whatever you're intending goes straight over his head.
Log indeed.
So those potions.
Yeah, so Winnie will start going through the potions in the bag holding. I'm gonna type them out, so that way everybody knows what we have.
And I don't
Okay.
think Sybil's ever been just like flustered before, so this is entirely new territory for her.
Somebody else is gonna have to carry it for a minute, guys. Come on.
Is Mama Mundi here somewhere, or is she elsewhere?
Well, she should have come through with the troops, I would think. And she's like digging through the bag.
We should see if we can talk to her sooner rather than later. That, unfortunately, I do also remember.
Oh yeah, did we get to talk to Ulrich about that yet?
No.
I had, when I went and did the contingency on myself, I had a vision, and then I also had it as a dream last night. So now that it's twice, I think probably it's a little bit more important than I thought it was originally. So I was standing in like a meadow, which shifted to dunes, like sand dunes, and then there was a wave of, or like a line or a wave of fire that would like go across the dunes, and that's it. Only bringing up because it's happened twice, and it just seems like something we should at least acknowledge and be aware of.
Does that remind you of anything? Would it remind me of anything, Xavier? Like, would it spark anything in my head of what the hell that could mean?
That's about as the vision is up for your determination.
Does it mean we're...
I don't. It's vague and weird, so I'm not entirely 100% sure. So
Okay, who could we... Maybe should we talk to Ezekiel and Mylar and see if it means anything to them?
We can try.
I know Ezekiel's here at least. And we need to bring back his bottle. Does anyone have that? I think if nobody else grabbed it off the table, Winnie would have grabbed it and put it in the bag of holding, just so you know.
Okay, yeah, you can hold on to it then.
Yeah, so as she's like digging out potions, she'll be like, and we need to bring this back to him.
Yeah, that might be a good idea. But what was it? I kind of hijacked everything. What did you want to talk about?
Who is that to? Sorry.
Emic.
Probably to me. So I just wanted to make you aware, not that it's necessarily important right now, but yesterday when I dissolved my pact, it went much better than I could have expected. But my patron, being what they are, did say that their intent is still to get their sire and to protect Mundi. I think that they will try to get Mundi any way possible, but I'm not sure what that looks like going forward.
That seems, more than fair. I kind of, didn't think it would just be like, oh, well, I lost one guy, so I'm not going to go after the gold that I really, really want anyway. So I kind of figured after this, she'd maybe take a break from being near water.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's probably a good idea.
We might even be able to. She can take care of herself, and I'm sure that's what she'll say, but we might even be able to help with having guards or something around her at all times once everything is said and done and we know what's available to us. Or she can just stay with us. Well, maybe not us, and she'll kind of look at Emig.
Yeah, maybe just on land somewhere would be good.
Actually, if she likes the Grove, everybody here and pretty much everyone involved always has a place in the Grove, but we'll need somebody to run things. She looks a little sad for a second. Shakes.
Well, I am kind of concerned about your visions, Ulrich. I don't understand them, but obviously if you've been told twice, it's fairly important.
Yeah, when I saw the vision at the temple when I did the spell, I thought it would have, I obviously if I get a vision, it's for a reason. I just couldn't think of a reason for it at the moment. But then when I had it a second time in the night, I figured this must be something that must be spoken aloud, at least since it's second time in less than a day's time. So,
What was your vantage point? Did it feel like it was you? Could you see yourself? Did it feel like you're looking through someone else's eyes?
I want to say it was my eyes, but it's hard to. It was very brief, so it was very hard to get like a sense of bearing.
Could you pray on it?
I can certainly try.
It might be better to start with the man himself, and then we can go to the mortals here that are the most knowledgeable that we know.
Yeah, I'll go and try that first. I mean, it's pretty much on the way to the tower either way, so it's a quick stop and a lot of stairs, but.
Alright, some alcohol to work off.
Alright, so I'm gonna go head to the temple.
Okay, so Ulrich excuses himself, and the rest of you guys are going through potions.
Yeah, I'm gonna add some other crap in here too, just so that we can divvy it up kind of off here.
I don't know what, and she's kind of looking at some of the labels. I don't know what all of these do. What is a potion of vitality?
If you drink it, you won't feel as tired, and if you were poisoned, you won't be anymore. And for about a day, you, if you will your body to heal itself, it will always heal itself as much as possible.
That last bit seems like it would be the most beneficial. Wait, only if you will your body to heal itself,
Correct.
not if. Okay.
That would go for closed wounds, though. Closed wounds, if that were used on you, it would apply there.
Right, so why don't we just kind of go down this list and figure out? There's no sense in them staying in the bag.
Agreed.
Potion of flying. I'm just going with the ones that are closest to me and then working my way over to you. Potions of flying. I do not have wings, as many of you do. I don't think anyone who has wings or flying boots necessarily needs this potion.
I think those should go to Emig, simply because he doesn't have any ranged means at this point. Is that right? Outside of maybe throwing Gartok.
Yes, that's right. I will take at least one of them.
Do you want them both?
How long do these last?
They last. People are killing me. I'm trying to fix it.
I think 1 hour.
1 hour. And you can hover as well while you have that in your system.
I'll take one. Sybil, if you would like the other.
I will take the other.
Okay, so you can both add a potion of flying.
Emig, are you able to use a longbow?
Not unless you want me to shoot one of our own.
So no.
Please don't.
I can use one, but it is not in my specialty. And now I am one with this sword. It feels like cheating. Romantically. Cheating.
Winnie gets a really confused look on her face and resolves to ask you questions later.
Cat comment. Do you have competition from the sword?
Apparently.
So, this potion of supreme healing. I don't know who has what for healing potions at the moment. I wish Ulrich was still here at the moment. I have a superior, a greater, and a regular healing potion on me.
I pull out a good sure.
I've got, I have a superior on me and a regular, so I'm good.
Who does it make sense to have that one? Probably not Ulrich. Kind of looks a little guiltily towards the door. He can call upon the gods for that.
Might not be bad for you to have on you, Emig. You're talking about the Supreme, correct?
Yes. The pushes the supreme healing potion towards Emig.
Okay, make sure you add that to your inventory.
Okay.
The potion of vitality. That does not make sense for me to have potion or poisons don't affect me as is. Who's most likely to be the recipient of a closed wounds?
Not me.
It would be, I'm thinking either Emig or Ulrich. Ulrich uses it on himself to try to preserve spells he has in memory for others.
Does his necklace not help him recover naturally?
You'd have to ask him. We all have so many items.
Okay, putting that one off to the side for now. Potion of clairvoyance.
Yes. So it's basically what I'm able to do. I think.
Turns you into an animal?
Well, that's one of the things I'm able to do. No, it's where you can scry,
Probably.
which I don't need for sure.
That one almost sounds like it's the one that can stay in the bag. Potion of heroism.
That one, you get additional. Let's see, how do I do that? You get additional. I don't know how to not sound cheesy. Hit points. It's less for an hour, but you also are under the effect of a bless spell during that time.
The bless that makes you stronger and more sure in combat, yes?
Yes.
That sounds like something that would either be for Emig or Gartok.
Agreed.
Is there any consequence to drinking multiple potions?
You're gonna feel really full. Probably shouldn't swim for 30 minutes or so.
I'd rather never go underwater again, if I can avoid it, and I feel full every time you make one of those good berries.
Yeah, it's kind of like that.
Looks towards Gartok for that last bit. Okay. Why don't we give this one to Gartok so he doesn't shoot anyone but his target? Does not look towards him at that point.
Okay. Potion of heroism, Lucy.
Potion of swimming. I don't think it's necessary, but can I hold on to this one, please?
Yep.
Potion of fire breath. That's going to be someone who's going to be right up close and personal to things.
She slides it toward Emig.
Okay.
Potion of poison resistance. Not necessary for myself. Ulrich, probably. And you, Winnie?
Yeah. Yeah, that's not a bad idea.
We'll add the potion of poison resistance into the Ulrich pile. For sake of brevity, can he add those to his inventory now?
Yeah, I mean, I don't care.
Cool. Okay. Potion of climbing. I'm confident in my ability to scale things. Most of you have wings. Who's going to be able to benefit from that?
She slides it toward Emig.
Which one is this?
Potion of
Climbing.
climbing.
Climbing? Okay.
Potion of healing, a regular one. Who does not have a regular potion of healing already?
Gartok. I thought so. She slides it toward Gartok.
I only have a greater.
Yeah, because you gave it to Sybil.
Who then gave it to someone else. Yeah. Potions of lesser restoration. I have one on me already, but we should all take at least one more, probably.
It's not a bad idea.
And then that's going to leave some extra. That'll leave one extra. Probably for you, Winnie, to take the extra one.
Okay, so just to be clear, we're taking all the potions of lesser restoration out of the bag, divvying them up to everybody, and I'm gonna have 3 on me, correct?
I mean, if you end up wanting to put more in the bag, that's up to you, but you've got 3 to do with what you need.
Got it.
Because we don't We don't want to have to try and dig in the bag and take an
Right.
action mid-combat.
I'm moving all of these from the bag to my equipment, just for the record.
Scroll of imprisonment. That one can go where it's safe.
It's gonna have to go to Artine if she's the ritualist.
Right.
She just kind of slides the scrolls towards Winnie. I have no idea. The oil of sharpness, though. This brings up a good point. I've been thinking about the ring and my cloak and the daggers and my sun blade. I've got a couple options. We know that it takes a magic weapon to damage this thing. I have 3 magical weapons on me at the moment. I have the twin blades, and I have the sun blade. Or the twin daggers and the sun blade. I can store the twin daggers and use an oil of sharpness on a normal dagger instead to be able to have both the cloak and the ring. However, doesn't matter how well hidden I am when we are fighting it's none of that's going to help me. It's going to be against the general forces. I don't know what the right strategy is. I have 4 things. I cannot use all of them at once. One of them needs to be set aside.
Well, where do you see yourself when you picture this combat? Do you see yourself up close and personal where you'll need to have the daggers handy? Because remember, what we learned is that it can't be mundane.
That's what the oil of sharpness would help with. I have a mundane dagger that I can coat with an oil that will make it magical, if my understanding's correct, for an hour or so. But that does not cost anything from the soul. You know how I fight. As much as I have this sword that glows like the sun, I fight from the shadows if I can. Or I go right up and close and personal and go toe-to-toe with something.
Well, I guess it makes sense if you want to put the foul daggers in the bag of holding, because it's not like using poison is... First of all, we can't even find it for you, and secondly, not going to work on him.
Then tonight, if we find poisons, I can still change things, but they are limited in their use, unless I decided to put a healing potion into them, or something like that.
Do you have to stab somebody to...
I mean, I have to put it into a wound. I'm not saying it's ideal. But it would make 1 healing potion last for 3, just painfully.
Does it heal for less than?
Well, I have no idea. I've never tried putting a healing potion into the poison daggers. Do I have any idea if that would limit the efficacy of a healing potion, since it doesn't limit the efficacy of a poison? Asking the weird DM questions? I will put a potion of supreme healing into these foul blades and stab my friends if I have to.
So if you look at the details in the foul daggers quote, each dagger can hold a single dose of an injury poison, and with the flick of the pommel cap, each dose is turned into 3. So do with that what you will.
Yeah. It's kind of meant for things that hurt, though. I don't even know if a potion would flow the same. You know what? I don't like the fact that I'm going down this thought process.
Winnie, with the weird, like, I don't know, brightness that she's had and the goofiness, she takes the bag of holding and goes like this. She says, "Feed me."
I
Jesus.
I
She's
will.
still drunk.
But I'm gonna need to spend some time in order to do that.
Okay. Feed me later.
Yes, I will feed you later.
That's it. That's I mean, you guys are welcome to see everything that's in there, but a lot of the rest of it is mundane crap. With
Do you want to figure out the scrolls, Winnie?
I don't. Not without Ulrich.
Okay, and then the oil of sharpness. I have one on me already. From what we are describing, need I will need to use the one I have. Um, Gartok, do you have one already?
Yes. Sorry, I just can't come through. Can you say that again? I was looking through my inventory.
Sybil asked if Gartok has an oil of sharpness already.
No.
Do you need it? An oil of sharpness can be used, kind of looks at it. I'd say probably 4 to 5 arrows you could coat with it. I'm planning on coating a blade, so it lasts a little longer. But we do have one to spare.
Will take in case magic arrows run out.
So I've used similar things before. It's not quick to do. It takes a minute and a half to be able to apply it. Probably a minute if you're quick. That's going to be hard to do in the middle of a fight.
How long will last?
This one, she's gonna flip it over to look at the label. Guaranteed for an hour or your money's back. Asterisk. Money back, not guaranteed. Looks like an hour. I'll hold on to it then. If we need to change it, I'll have 2 on me. I'm using one before things happen. Okay, so I'm taking the oil of sharpness. I have 2 on me. And 1 very, very full potion pouch now.
Yeah, I think that was Winnie's, wasn't it?
Yes, because mine got disintegrated. Is there anything else we need? We can see if Ezekiel has anything else.
That's right. We got permission to buy from others, didn't we?
For the end of the world, yes.
She's digging through the bag of holding still, trying to see if anything useful is in
We're going to need to talk to our teen still. That squirrel, I think, is the one for her. Okay, we're going to need to talk to Lady Artine. We're going to need to find Mama Mundi if she's here, and we are going to need to speak to the troops. Is there anything else we need to do today?
As Winnie's going through the bag of holding, you'll see her take out a little figurine of a dog and give him a little pet, and then put him back in there. Give him a little pet and then kiss him.
How long until you can call him again?
About 6 days.
So he'll be safe and happy to see you after the World Breaker's dead.
Yep.
Perfect.
Okay, well, while you guys are, I guess, finishing this up or sitting in awkward silence, let's go ahead and jump over to Ulrich. Ulrich, you arrive at the temple.
Yep. Go all the way up to the top. I'm assuming it's busy like it was the last when I was here before.
Yeah, yeah.
Right. I'm not trying to get in the way. I'm just gonna find a small little, like, small corner to myself. Doesn't even to be anywhere private or anything, just to where I can sit and think on the vision.
Okay, you can go ahead and give me a religion check.
I'm a guide myself too.
Okay. All right, so you sit for a while and meditate on the vision that you had had, and you feel your body kind of go into the same falling up, essentially, sensation that you were feeling. And again, you get into that same meadow. The meadow shifts into sands. You see the fire kind of rise up and over the sands in a line, and your vision stutters for a moment, almost like you got caught in a glitch. And then you project forward closer and closer and closer and closer to this fire. And as you reach the fire, the image of something rises up in front of you before immediately fading away. I'm going to go ahead and send that over to you. And the vision fades again.
Okie dokie. So I'll head back. Does that look familiar?
Yep.
Okay, I couldn't remember if that was someone I'd met or not. So.
Yep, you definitely did. And it was actually on Thrall's Haven. On the island with the tower and the Soul Forge.
Okay. So I will get back.
All right, so you guys are still divvying loot up. You've got a little pile set to the side for Ulrich. Ulrich re-enters the tavern.
As a note, the scroll of true resurrection went back in the bag of holding.
Okay.
Probably for the best.
When Ulrich arrives, when he's kind of straight down to business, and she looks over at Ulrich and says, "Did you get everything handled?"
Yeah, so remember way back when our old friend Falliger Flamegale?
I think so. Was he actually our friend?
I don't remember
is
if he was our
absolutely
friend.
a friend.
Yeah. That's who the flame was that the flame turned into in the vision. I got a longer version of it and was able to move into it.
So I need to reach out
It would
to
be
him.
good to see him again.
It has been a while. As wicked.
So is the vision, the flame, is that who we're supposed to take with us?
I guess that's up to interpretation. I mean, also if he can get here. Because he was on the island.
I'm conflicted. Yes, that's the word. Conflict. We have to take Mundi. But really, I think magic would be the best. If we could take Mylar and Ezekiel, that would be our best chance. Obviously, we can't take both now, but I'm not sure what we should do for that. It's coming soon, though. We'll need to make our decisions.
Maybe let them choose.
I'm almost wondering if another bigger body to get in the way of things. So you're not taking you're not always the one up in everything's face, which would lend to that vision.
And speaking on strategy as well, I do intend to, at least initially, Ulrich, summon and transform so that I can be up there as well.
Yeah. I have a tentative plan. It says will require getting some things that may not be in the total's realm of possibility, which if it can happen, cool. If not, it's not a big deal. I need a couple of expensive ingredients. Oh, one expensive ingredient and one not common around here ingredient.
You'll hear coins as when he's still digging through the bag of holding, you'll hear coins go tick, tick, tick. How expensive is expensive?
It's a lot of ruby dust.
Maybe the dwarves?
Maybe.
Is this a normal, well, not common normal, but is it a normal magic component? Could we ask the brothers?
We could. It's just like I said. I know we don't have a lot of funds left, so
Well, they might be willing to make an exception, maybe. I don't know. It's the end of the world. Money doesn't mean a whole as much.
We do have a lot of diamonds too, though. So
Or a trade.
we can try. I mean, but I also need roughly about a me-shaped amount of snow.
What?
I need a lot of snow.
So you want to build a snowman?
Yep.
Are you okay? Are you okay?
Oh, I'm fine. If this works, because it's okay, so I'll have to use my most powerful spell to replicate another spell that I've only heard of, but it essentially creates a second version of you.
So like the magical versions that Emig used to make?
No, like the snow would essentially shape itself. It would be a copy of me and would have every spell I have available at the point of time that I create it.
So double our healing power.
Uh-huh.
No. It yes and no. It can actually only cast each one of the spells that you have one time.
Oh. So not all the spell slots, but
Correct. It doesn't have spell slots, but it can cast every spell you know once.
still.
That's a hell of a spell. Can we? You're a druid. Can you make snow? Unless someone else became a druid, but isn't that a thing? Can you you can make water? You've made water before. Can you make frozen water?
Well, it's something I could potentially try, but I didn't really prepare for that.
Don't we have a jar?
Yeah, but it doesn't make snow.
But you're a druid. This is a Sybil is completely misunderstanding what druids are capable of, by the way. So, but all you need is water, and you're not druid.
Yeah, let me think about it.
Okay, so that'll handle the snow bit. So then we just have to figure out the ruby dust.
Hey Kevin, I'm gonna shoot you a quick message.
Okay.
We're gonna have to ask the brothers anyway. What do we have that we could potentially trade for ruby dust?
We've got lots of diamonds.
Okay. Are all of those diamonds ones that are needed for other things?
Some of them, not all of them.
I could always see if they would like the daggers. They are items of story. Perhaps that means something to them.
Sorry, I was still thinking about things I might be capable of doing. I actually do have something in my memory that would allow me to produce snow.
See? Arc Druid.
I can
It's
control
also
weather.
really long cast time, so I need
How
like
long-
a half a day.
A half a day.
How long
Yeah.
does it last once the snow has been formed into another you?
Once the spell is done, it will last until it is destroyed. It can't regain spells. It only has what it has, so it can't learn any or can't, if it rests, it does nothing. But it'll have, one of everything.
We could also, to preserve some of our resources, just go to the mountains and get snow from there. That way, when you're casting it, it's not going to be melting, and it's because I can only do my thing for 10 minutes. So at some point, it will melt during your casting. Just something to keep in mind.
Yeah,
Do we
that's
have time to go to the mountains today?
this was a random I thought I had. So if it's causing us to possibly push ourselves further than we need to be, it's
We still have a day before the rest of our troops are here. So if we're going to do something like this, it needs to be soon.
Let's talk to Ezekiel.
okay.
Maybe he has a
Probably
room in his
has a better
tower.
idea. Yeah, who knows?
Yeah.
He has all sorts of weird stuff up there. Real weird stuff.
Good thinking.
All right, yeah. Let's go do that then.
Do we have a way to reach out to Faliger? I guess you could cast the sending spell, right, Elric? Assuming he's not here somewhere.
I mean, yeah, I could, but if it's been what, several months, and we have 3 days before we might have to. Yeah, I don't even how getting him here on time would be at this point very difficult. I think.
What if you
he's
teleport
willing.
to him and then bring him back?
We also have other resources. We need to find out if he's even willing, first of all, which I'm assuming he is, since you
Oh,
keep visioning.
he likes killing. He's
Right.
he's ready. He's ready to
It's
go.
be a fight worth having, and from what I remember of him, I don't see him turning it down. Getting him here, we can figure out. And if you had a vision about him being there, look, now's the time to do the shit that we typically wouldn't do.
That's true.
Kinda
I just always
peeks over at Bloodmead.
I always feel bad about the hey, it's been months since we talked. Want to go comment over your possible end? Which, granted, may be his bag. So
It probably is.
No, it's his possible end anyway if we don't get this done. It's a good idea to ask.
Just tell him that I've challenged him to a party.
That would work.
all right. Well, while we're heading on over, let me think about how to put this into words, so to speak.
What's the order that we're doing things in? 'Cause we have a
Ezekiel.
whole list of things.
We
Ezekiel
need to
first.
talk with him anyway to find out if it's going to be him or Mylar. We need to also make sure that everybody else who's coming with us is here or will be here soon.
Well, if we're bringing, if Valager comes, that's it. That's what we have.
Mundi's basically taking up that slot no matter what.
So we
She
have
helps
one
with
more
magic.
slot. So we have one more slot. So it's either Falajar or we bring one of the twins.
If you think about your vision, did it seem to be a reminder that he is out there, or is it... I'm not good with visions.
Apparently, neither am I. But I, it was only when I thought and meditated on the vision itself that I got more information, and where I could like, I moved forward into the dunes and saw the flame rise up into him, and that's when I got pulled back out of it. So
There's a lot to think about. My head hurts already.
There's quite a bit of subjective information.
What's that?
In Giant, she'll say you can interpret it however you want.
Oh, okay.
one thing could mean 40 different things, so it's too much to, yeah. And as he starts talking down, I'd be like, she's gonna do a better job.
And one more thing, just out of curiosity, when all of these flames, empowered him, he didn't say something really evil afterwards, did he?
It's not that the flames coalesced into an image of him, like, I think because of how his name is, it was more subjective.
Okay, so
Figurative.
it wasn't like finally the power I need to take over. It was just okay. We've done stupid things before without talking them through, so I'm just talking through every angle.
There was definitely there was no cackling. There was no incessant wahahaing that I
Okay.
could see. But then again, I did get removed from the vision, so that could have happened after.
Okay, well, 50-50 shot then.
We've done better with worse.
Sure. So Mama Mundi fills a magic spot, right? He would help a ton on the front line, allowing me to step out if needed to assist with healing. If Ulrich and Ulrich Jr. need assistance with healing.
All amazing.
Sybil, are you... I will. Sybil, are you planning to remain farther away?
No.
Okay. And Gartak, you are.
Yes.
All right.
You remember how we fought against the hags?
Vaguely. I try not to.
I am sorry to bring it up, but
Which time?
the one I was there for.
Kind of like shakes her threads around a little bit.
I moved away from the rest of the group to be able to engage alone. I have a unfortunate feeling that that's going to be what happens for at least part of it. Whether with the World Breaker or something else, I have a feeling there will be some separation.
Okay. Well, if we do have AJ, that's going to help. If you can get in the circle of the unicorn totem, that will help. Once that's up. I mean, we have resources. I do love the idea of planning instead of running into it blindly like we always have. We have too much to lose in this fight. We all have too much to lose in this fight. We need to go in as prepared as possible and stick to the plan and listen to each other when we're there.
Something we may want to try and do is figure out... I'm going to be as hidden as I can be for part of this. I will have the Sunblade, but that won't be on the entire time. We are going to want to figure out some expectations for if I am hidden or invisible. Basic
Expect that
strategy.
if you're invisible and on the ground, we're not going to be able to find you.
I'm hoping to not be on the ground at all. But
That would be preferable, but it's why
Sometimes it's outside of
invisibility
your
and
power.
invisibility can be dangerous. So I'm
Yes.
not trying to be a jack about it, but just
The
Throwing it out there. If
invisibility-
I don't say it, then it happens, and I didn't say it, and then I feel like a jerk.
The invisibility, I think, won't be used as frequently. From now, I haven't looked too closely at this ring yet, but I believe it takes more effort to go invisible than it does for me to simply try not to be seen.
Which will work for the forces around it, but not the world breaker.
Depends if it senses through the ground where something stands and we are flying, may not be able to tell at all.
I could actually. Well,
We don't know how it's sensing, but it is possible. You said this potion allows you to simply hover.
you know, something else that could be useful is I could use, if we're having trouble with it, I could use Druidcraft to try to deter it from seeing you or sensing you. If you are on the ground, rather than using the potion right away or floating or whatever you're planning to do, I could use Druidcraft to try to distract it. I did it with Dieter. Do you remember that, Emek? With the piranha?
I do. I do remember that.
Sybil looks to Gartok in equal confusion.
So we had another party member we've talked about before, Dieter. He was in the water and
Bad
was
drinking problem.
yeah, very bad drinking problem. Made him make some really terrible choices. But he was in the water and piranha were attacking him, and I was able to have them go to a completely opposite side of the pond, and we were able to drag him out. So that's a tactic we could try to use again if we notice we're having trouble.
Any sort of distractions would be good if we can confuse its senses. However, it's able to sense where things are. Your summons, if it does sense through the earth, if you can shake the earth, light, sound, weather, anything we can do to interfere would be helpful. However, it would come with the cost of interfering with us as well, potentially.
Friend, say, I sense air.
It might, but he also said he didn't know exactly. If it is sensing the air, then maybe if you called a storm, it would interfere. I don't know. I can feel the air, but that's different. You can tell how the currents of the air move around something sometimes, but I can't imagine using that to be able to identify where something rests. How to be able to tell an object from a person, that's the level of sense that's hard to comprehend. I'm really hoping it's just sensing the vibrations in the earth, and that if we're just not on the earth, it can't tell where we are.
I mean, it also can do. They might have really great hearing. It might be able to smell very well. Like, it's a beast, so it's. I'm going to assume. Well, it's kind of. Looks like a beast. Walks like a beast. Might be a beast. That it's going to have, beast-like senses. So, heightened smell, hearing. That's all things we're going to also have to take into consideration. So,
Hearing.
make sure everyone gets a bath before we go. So maybe.
Hearing's doable. Is there anything that can be done to limit how smell is used? Looks towards Winnie and Gartok.
I don't know. Like I said, take a bath.
I guess naturally, because I was a hunter for a while, is there something I know while hunting? Be like, well, we can hide our smell via doing this.
make a survival check. You could, there are some things you can do. What you guys would do was collect, there's a special type of mud that you find typically up where your tribe lived, that you could smear on all of the scent glands, and then the night before you would drink a poison that comes from giant hornets that actually shuts your scent glands down, but it makes you extremely weak, but it does mask your scent when mixed with the mud. That's how you guys would sneak up on opposing tribes.
In tribe, we have special mud, but also drink poison from hornet with mud make us but hide scent.
I have no idea where we would find a giant hornet, or how to distill that poison in a way that would be safe for us to consume.
In my forest.
Is it worth it being weak but also less noticeable by scent?
No.
Okay, then we just have to assume that this thing's going to know exactly where we are.
Yes.
It's a more honorable
Yeah.
fight anyway.
I'm going to be very, very direct with this, and I apologize. Fuck honor in this fight. We need to put this thing down, however, whatever it takes.
To you.
Just not.
Shall we go consult with Ezekiel?
It's a good idea.
Okay. So you guys exit the Lavish Serpent Inn, and as you cross the city again, it is absolutely swarming with people, with every bit and bob of heraldry that you know existed from the forces inside the Circle of the Shepherd's Grove. And you also notice, especially as you guys go up and around the northwestern side of the Temple of Bakab in the middle, that the entire strip that was the market, all but maybe two, are completely closed down. I mean, shop shut up, 100%. And the couple that are still there are literally just on their last scraps of loaves and fishes, handing them out to people as they come by. And they're dwindling really quickly themselves. You guys get to the tower. You are allowed in and are brought up to Ezekiel's chamber. The door is open, and there is a steady stream of troops flooding out of it. As you kind of push past the line, you guys enter the room, and Ezekiel is standing at the edge of the doorway leading into his circle chamber, and you can see it's just flash after flash as one by one these people are stepping through with all of their military gear on and following the line out and down the stairs. Ezekiel notices you guys, and he kind of smiles and nods and walks over to you. He approaches you guys and he says, They just haven't stopped coming all night. I've had to shut the circle down twice for reinforcements as it was beginning to become unstable, but I would surmise that in the next 24 hours or so we should probably have everyone through, according to what I'm hearing from the other side.
That's good.
So, Ezekiel, we have come for some advice, but also snow.
Well, we also
Snow.
came to return your bottle.
Oh, well, thank you for
Excellent
that.
sherry, by the way. Thank you, Ezekiel.
Yes, it's wonderful. Right, so snow. You want snow. You want me to produce snow
No,
in...
so here, let's in a more of the reasoning for everything instead of just throwing stuff on the table. Um, I with my ability to recreate or certain spells, there's one that I know of that you use snow, a piece of a being, and ruby dust to create a copy of it. The simulacrum spell.
Simulacrum, yes, of course. Right, so you want to create a simulacrum. Well, I don't know what to tell you about the snow situation. I don't possess the ability to make natural snow or ice. I have spells that can produce ice in great quantities, but as it's arcane in nature, it will melt
It'll
very
disappear
quickly.
very quickly, yeah.
Yes, so I don't know if I can help you there. The ruby dust, on the other hand, I mean, we've got a supply of it. Unfortunately, that supply is dwindling, and I'd offer to provide you with some, but the caveat is that, unfortunately, that is also what we use to power the barrier that is currently surrounding the city. So, if you'd like, I can shut the barrier down so you can make a simulacrum.
No, that sounds silly. I don't want to. People's lives are way more important than the idea. It was, like I said, it was a fleeting thought. So if it was something that could be easily attained, sure. If not, then no. I'm not going to put other people's lives at risk.
It's not a bad idea. I wish you would have asked me about this like weeks ago, because I may have been able to find somebody who had some. But every person that comes into the city of magical capability is being essentially taxed of all their resources to keep this barrier up. It's it's the last line of defense, unfortunately.
Yeah, and I've only had access to this spell for technically a few days.
Understood.
I'm trying to remember when I leveled up and actually got the spell. I think it only had been a couple of days, actually.
Yeah, it's not been many days. Right, so, you need advice now. What is the advice you seek?
So we're trying to figure out a few things. Ulrich had a vision, and I'm not entirely sure how to interpret it, and I don't think Ulrich is either. But we can only bring so many people with us, and one of them is Mundi. Trying to figure out who the other one should be.
Well, I'm not entirely sure what this vision consisted of, but I know myself and Mylar have both offered our services, should you choose to bring one of us. I know our team will be performing the ritual. You've already decided on Iloma. And, I mean... your guess
Ulrich,
is...
do you care to share your vision? Maybe Ezekiel will have some insight.
So last night, after putting a contingency on myself to make sure that I can at least survive one fatal blow if necessary, I had a vision of standing in a meadow, and then the meadow slowly turned into sand dunes with a line of fire rolling across it, and then the vision ended. I then had that as a dream, So figuring it's a little bit more important, went to the temple to meditate on it a bit, and I got a little bit more, could move in the vision a bit, and then the flames formed into an ally that we met several months ago, way back when on Thrall's Keep. Or Thrall's Keep, is that the name of the
Thrall's
island?
Haven.
Haven, same thing. On Thrall's Haven.
Okay.
Is it-
Well, I am a wizard, and I don't really receive visions from any god, so I'm not entirely sure how to interpret that. I'm sorry.
If we don't ask, we don't know. It's just, was maybe an outsider's view on just the set of circumstances might have sparked something you did that we didn't know. So sharing information's never bad.
No, I'm not chastising you. I'm simply saying I've no real way to interpret a vision sent to you by Bahamut.
Yeah, maybe our team could have some insight.
No, I don't think she should be here by tomorrow. I think.
That's what we're expecting, yes. As far as people to bring with you, obviously you have a few options on the table. I'm sure your friend Grim Quickshot would be interested in blasting the heads off of entities. Winfina, I've met your brother. He seems very capable. Maybe he would go with you. He is a very stout, holy man. Those are maybe some options as well.
We have a lot of options and not a lot of spots.
Yes, unfortunately, our capabilities for teleportation only stretch so far. But I'll leave you to your decisions if you'll excuse me. Unless you have anything else, I'm going to tend to the circle and make sure that it doesn't implode and send these people to one of the hells.
Yeah, you do that. That's important.
Thank you for your time, Ezekiel.
Very much.
Of course. And he turns and goes back to the circle. And you see, as people are stepping out, he's kind of using chalk on the ground to retrace runes that are being kind of smudged. Okay, so why don't we go ahead, it is 2:04, so let's go ahead and call it there for this week's session. We will be playing again next weekend on Saturday, and Casey, I believe that was the day that we need to have a hard stop at 2. Okay.
Yep.
I've got a note on it, so I'll make sure that we nix ourselves at that point. If you guys want to reach out to me for any questions or concerns or anything before we jump into next session, feel free to. And yeah, we'll go ahead and we'll close the session there. And just so you guys know, it is 11 a.m. on the 10th of Ogtet is where we are ending. All right, guys. Thanks for hanging out with us. We'll see you in a week.
Good
Alrighty.
session, guys.
Have a good one.
Yeah. Take it easy, guys.
We did so much and yet
Awesome.
so little. I loved it.
I know that was 4 hours of solid roleplay. It was pretty awesome.
The chameleon hand holding, though.
Amazing.
No, I like the whole poem, not poem, the song where you got everyone drunk.
Oh god. And an old lady hurt.
Mm-hmm.
Was not what she was planning when she went up there, but she's like, you know what? This is what's needed.
Oh, lady needed to get her. It was for the greater good.
Of course.
All right, guys. We'll see you all soon. A few of you we'll see tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Bye, guys. All right, for those of you still hanging out with us, we are going to go ahead and raid Uchu. It looks like he is doing some order raiding in Warhammer Online. So let's go ahead and send the raid over to him, and then we will be back tonight from 7 to 10 normal time for us, and we will be playing some more Marvel Midnight Suns, making some Act 3 progression there, and then Nerdy Knots will be over on her channel also streaming, and we have multi-stream, just so everyone's aware if you want to watch both, and she will be playing some more Hogwarts Legacy, or as I like to call it, Pokemon Sim, as last night she went on a wild, I would say goose chase, but it was like a wild, some crazy magical gander chase. Yeah, so we'll see you guys soon. Thanks for hanging out, and we'll see you this afternoon.